Okie dokie, okie dokie. Oh, wrong. There we go. That's the right one. That's perfect. Why, hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today, everybody? I hope today's a great day. I hope everybody's having a good old time. I'm having a great time. It was really cold, though. Really cold earlier today, so I'm kind of freezing in this room, so you might hear me shivering a little bit. Ooh, man. Okay, so, quick side note. I may have fucked up YouTube chat even more than I fucked it up earlier. So, hopefully by the time our first chats start rolling around, we'll know if I screwed it up or not. However, we will press on. Hello, actually, oh my god, it's not fucked up. It's right. I see you guys right here. That's perfect. Okay, I did it. I did a thing. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited that I didn't mess it up. Hello, hello, hello. How's your guys' days going? I hope it's going great. I hope it's going fine. Don't mind my chair squeaking. You know how it is. Kind of an older chair, so it's got to tell everybody that it's had a couple of years of service under its belt. Let me grab a couple more drinks here. It's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long night. Oh no, did he scuff it again? Well, maybe I did because these messages are coming in pretty long, or taking a while to come in pretty long. But at least you're appearing on the screen, and at least they're right here. And I can see them. So, I'm going to take the win from this one. Oh, man. Okay. Today, I've been a little busy. Lately, I found time for a stream. Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad you're here. I've been good. Just handed in my comp sci coursework, so I have a lot more free time. Well, that's really good. I hope your comp sci class goes really well. I hope you've done really good in that. Let me look at it this way. You've helped us with a couple of computer-related, well, not computer-related issues, but tech-related issues just by giving us nudges in the right direction, so I'm sure you'll do fine. And I hope that you become unbusy in the near future. I really do hope that. I know it's really kind of taxing to be busy, so I feel it. I feel it a lot. Oh man, my hands are freezing. Woo! All right. Today, if anybody caught the announcement, we're going to be doing reactions until the State of the Union address. Now, I know it's something. Oh, I think I'm pretty loud, actually. Let me go ahead and turn myself down a little bit. I turned myself up on OBS. I thought I was a little quiet, but I think now I'm just screaming at you guys. So I'm going to turn myself down just a teeny bit. But we're going to be going over the State of the Union address because it is live tonight at 9. And it'll be my first thing that I'm going to be covering as like a live broadcast, which should be exciting. I'm kind of excited to do that. And I know that, of course, it has to deal with like State of the Union stuff or anything else. It's not everybody's cup of tea. If it's not your cup of tea, I get it. Go ahead and go. No harm, no foul. I don't mind it. I want to cover it because it's something that I want to cover. And you're welcome to be along for the ride. But if you don't want it, I totally get it. I know that for some people, it's really late. If it's going to be airing at 9 o'clock my time, that means it's going to be airing at like 2 o'clock your time in the morning. So you don't have to stick around for that. I totally get it. You're just like, you know what? I don't want to deal with that. Perfect. I get it. But without further ado, we're going to start getting into it. We're going to start right off the bat with something that has to do with what we played yesterday in Xvado. And we're going to see how people have been reacting to it. I think it should come as no surprise to anybody that it's not very good. People are not reacting to it very well. So, we got another Rev video. Let's get right into it.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here. So I want to start this video with a very simple question for you, the viewer.
Okay, shoot.
If you're looking for a game in a medieval setting, which way do you want to go? Do you want to go on the left with Knight's Path?
Funny that he put it on the left.
That is promised to not inject any sort of modern agenda into the game, and they're also presenting
sides are
characters
switched
that have appealing designs. Or
allegedly.
Do you go to the right with 1348X Voto, where they have a bowl haircutted lesbian knight as the main protagonist of the game, with a development team that promises to bring in a modern agenda?
Well, having played it, We know that it doesn't play that well, and it's not that exciting. So do we take the unknown path or the known path? I think in this instance, I'd take the unknown path.
Which way do you go? Well, the answer seems pretty obvious right now.
Oh yeah,
because
everybody's
the
choosing
demo for
Knight's path.
1348X Voto is absolutely crashing and burning, barely getting
To
over
be fair,
100 players despite
no. To be fair, they're at 136 last time I checked. Last count was 136 all-time peak.
countless articles and puff pieces singing the praises of this game, and also countless viral tweets saying that this game is the next big thing. It's cutting edge. Everyone's going to love it, and it's going to own the chuds. Another game that's just going to own the chuds, ladies and gentlemen.
I would be willing to eat crow 100% if in a decade we all come back and say, yes, 1348X Voto was a work of art. I, however, do not think that that is going to be the case.
But as you can see, this game focuses on the main protagonist, Aita, who is a young knight, a lesbian knight on a journey to rescue her love interests. Now, this game also had its developers come out and say, don't forget to wishlist and note the release on your...
By the way, this thing had over 100,000 people on the wish, or who had it wishlisted on Steam. Just for context.
Modern agenda.
I don't know how they got there, but they did.
Shot at Knight's Path, a very similar game in terms of its ground concepts, and let's see how that's working out for them, because they're trying to appeal to who else but the modern audience, and it's working in a sense.
Yeah, see right there.
100,000 wish lists on Steam, a very impressive number, quite frankly. But does that translate into actual interest? Is it all just performative? Well,
to be fair, I think when a demo comes out, you don't really get notified on Steam. Like, we're just going to go ahead and be absolutely fair about this. When a demo comes out, I don't think that there's a notification for people who have it on their wish list, which might be an oversight on Steam's part. I could be wrong about that because I get a lot of notifications on Steam for a lot of games because I have a wish list of like over 300 games. Not going to lie. I've got so many like indie titles and they keep constantly going on sale and they keep coming in and out of like Steam sales and stuff like that. But I've never been notified for a demo or even a playtest. So I was surprised when I, figured out that there was a playtest happening for Demon Bluff. But, we can be totally fair about it. Maybe the people who put it on their wish list didn't get notified. However, you get an email. Well, who checks their email anymore? I mean, I do. I have it open because I'm going to forget my password, but that's besides the point. I don't think a lot of people are checking their emails for Steam demos coming through. I'm going to be completely fair about that. So I think it's probably not a good metric to say that 100,000 people wish listed it and then didn't play the demo. I think it's just more people didn't play the demo because maybe they weren't aware that it came out, but it's still funny that word of mouth that it had is not carrying it because you would think that as controversial as it was, more people would want to play it.
Their goal is to impress the modern audience with the modern agenda. Well, they don't show up. They never do, ladies and gentlemen. This is the current status of the demo. On day 2, it's sitting at 49.
This came out players. A day before I played it. Now, you know what? We'll check on the health of it right now. See what it's like 5-ish days later. Steam DB 1348X. No, sorry, 1348X Voto. Oh, no, demo. Because it's technically a different game. Can't just be on 1348. All right. We have 87 right now and an all-time peak of 167. So it's going up. I mean, they're making a climb. It is what it is at the end of the day. Now, are these good numbers? Who's to say? I'm to say. Not really. But they're not like bad by any metric, they're going up. So, you know, I guess more people are hearing about it. More people are getting their hands on it. Do they have reviews down here? Well, it doesn't really matter if they have reviews or not because they've been deleting the bad ones, so...
Of course, again, it's a demo.
That's never a
But
good
for
sign.
over 100,000 wish lists, this is abysmal. Nobody even wants to try this.
I'd say for 100,000...
Despite
Oops,
all of
let's
the
put this
puff
big.
pieces from the
I'd say for 100,000 wish lists, you probably would expect somewhere around in the neighborhood of like 5,000 to 10,000 people playing your demo. I think that's probably a fair assessment because that's like what, 1% to 5%? Somewhere in that.
media, despite all of the viral tweets saying this is the greatest game ever. We've been asking for something like this for so long. It didn't pan out. The modern audience didn't show up again. And as you can see from the actual chart, it peaked out a few hours ago at 122 players.
To be fair, it keeps hitting new peaks.
That is the best the modern audience
I think it's all streamers playing it, but
for this.
That's my personal opinion.
A lot of people are not exactly thrilled about the concept of a bowl haircutted lesbian knights.
I don't think that's right. I think a lot of people are not thrilled about the concept that the game is boring.
Okay, it didn't turn out to be as appealing to the main demographic.
I think this is the icing on the cake, but the main body of the cake is the game was just bad.
There is an audience for this. There are people who are looking forward to this game. And
hello, Georgie. Welcome.
That's their thing. That's their preference. But I'm just
today
saying,
we're doing reacts, and then we're going to do the State of the Union address.
Appeal to a wider audience. A lot of people are looking at this, and they're just scratching their heads as to why anyone thought this would appeal to some sort of a greater audience when it's niche. And also, the developers have an attitude, not just about detractors, but
well, the developers having an attitude are a big problem.
Like,
yeah.
For example,
like, again, we're really harping on apparently like how the main character looks, but obviously this is going to probably out who I watch on YouTube, but a wise cockroach man once said that the subject matter and the way the characters look are only about 10% of the problems that are going to be in the game, because it's an indicator of the quality of the game that they have to lean on these types of marketing stunts and, ways that they're looking at in order to make the game be out there. And having played the demo, that adage seems to have held true. The game was boring. Half the time the controls didn't appear on the screen for me. The characters fell flat. I have a great PC and it looked like I was playing on low settings mode. It just didn't impress. And it had nothing to do about the characters.
Like, they have a serious.
It had everything to do with everything else about playing the game.
Shows through again in a recent interview with some of the cast behind 1348X Voto, where they talked about several things, including the bowl haircut. In fact, these individuals think not only is the bowl haircut historically accurate, they think it's very hot.
This fair damsel to rise.
Yeah.
Oh! That's not fair. The world isn't fair.
What I will say
Like,
about
look at
Not
this.
fair. The world isn't.
Like, look at this. Her hair contrast and lighting is just so disproportionate to like what's happening in this scene, and it's clipping through her neck. It seems unpolished. I mean, granted, it is a demo, but like,
what I will say
in your demo,
about
you're
Ice
supposed to be showing the best parts of your game,
is,
and if
I
it's
think
not
it's spot
enchanting
on
people,
and historically accurate.
kind of a problem.
Historically accurate. So back off, haters, haters of the bowl cut.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the comments section, let me know your thoughts on this design. Do you agree with their assessment of this bowl haircut on this female knight? Is it really tickling your fancy? Do you really enjoy this? Is this what you've been waiting for? Let me know. But
I mean,
yeah, there was another part of this that was very interesting.
I wasn't
They made a
particularly
comment
waiting for the
about
game
her
anyway.
bowl haircut being historically accurate. And that, to me, is very important. Why?
Okay, please tell me why, because I don't think that this really means anything.
Another shot at Knight's Path. That is my
Oh,
genuine
I
belief,
see.
because a lot of people are attacking Knight's
The texture quality is so
Path
low that I'm
for
surprised
not
they used
being
Unreal.
historically accurate. And a lot of the people who are saying
So I'm going to be 100% honest. I hate the Unreal Engine. Like, I love it because it allows people to develop fast, like who are indie or have less resources to go into development time for indie games. But I hate how pervasive it has become in the gaming industry. I think it's homogenized a lot of games. I really like the time back in the day when each game had like their own engine associated with it, or each like studio had their own engine, because it made games more diverse and it created problems that they had to solve through their own engines, because like they had to make their own engines. And now since Unreal's come out, and Unity to a certain extent as well, people don't really have to experiment with engines. They just use the engines themselves and they all play and feel the same. I don't know if anybody else has felt this, but it really feels like we're heading towards an inexorable, there's going to be 3 engines and it's just going to feel like a Unity game, feel like an Epic, or sorry, a Unreal game, and then a Godot game or something like that, because I know Godot is another slightly heavily used one. There's a few other engines, but those 3 stick out in the top of my mind. And I would like to go back to a time, or like I would like to see more independent engine development. That's why I think Helldivers 2 feels so fresh, is because they're using an outdated model of a different unserviced engine nowadays, because their engine they stopped developing out, so they have to do their own was it not QA, their own work on their own engine. Unreal is a terrible engine, in my opinion. Unity, Godot, and RPG Maker are much better for most projects. Exactly. Like, I know Unity's really good. I know Godot's pretty good. And I've heard RPG Maker is pretty good too. And I've played games in all of these. And I'm going to be completely honest. I think I like Unity. I'm going to use this word, but it's not technically what it is. I like Unity slop better than I like Unreal slop. Let's put it that way. I would like original engines, but it's more realistic for devs. That's what I was saying. It's like, I like it for being able to allow indie devs ease of access into the industry, but I hate it when AAA developers just say, we're going to use Unreal for this. Like, come on, man. You have the resources to make your own engine, do it. Or you have the resources to make something. That's why I didn't like it when Kingdom Hearts 3 went to Unreal Engine, because it just felt like an Unreal game. I know, it's a surprise. I didn't like Kingdom Hearts 3. You can go ahead and sue me. Another maybe unpopular opinion. I thought it was probably the worst Kingdom Hearts game.
that are fans of 1348X Voto, which is very funny given the concept of the game. But of course, all of this just serves as more promotion for Knight's Path.
Yeah.
This game is giving the general
Honestly,
audience.
Every time anybody comes out in support of 1348X Voto, it always seems to just push more people away, which is kind of saying something, because that's an impressive amount of anti-marketing. The hair texture is uneven too. The main character's hair is glossier than the love interests. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. It's like their lighting engine needs a lot of work.
What they want.
Or
and
something like
saying
that.
and doing what people actually generally want. For example, one of the female characters you can form a romantic relationship with in the game looks like...
All I'm going to say is, if it looks like this in the game, they've already won on like the purposes of lighting techniques and graphical smoothness, polish. There we go. Purpose-built engines are better since they are, get this, purpose-built for the specific game. Wow. But for sure, like, that's why I say everything's becoming a little bit more homogenous, is because Unreal was, purpose-built to be generalist, or at least purpose-built into being generalist. So I would trade probably half of the games that we have right now to go back to a time where we could have independent game engines.
This. And of course, a lot of people are happy to see an appealing design like this. But of course,
I'm sure that about 99% of the games industry and 99% of gamers 99% of gamers love to see an unashamedly attractive character.
the detractors and a lot of the people who are fans of 1348X Voto, they look at this and they call it gooner bait. Or they say it's historically inaccurate because
Yeah, man.
she has some eyeshadow, right? They're freaking out over that. but they're very excited to go play 1348 Ex Voto with the lesbian knight. It's a very interesting dichotomy there. And also, the developers of Knight's Path got a lot.
Right. So this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about yesterday, where somebody said, I hope you have some LGBTQ representation in the game. He says, we don't care about that. We just care, fun for, and fun, not modern agendas. Sure. Maybe it's a little bit inflammatory. Maybe you're coming at somebody for it for a little bit, but I think this is a segment, or sorry, this is a sentiment that a lot of people who are gamers have, where they're just, I'm so done with hearing modern audiences. It's just an immediate turnoff for most people. And I mean, I think that there's some pattern recognition there, whether or not you agree with it or not. A lot of people have that feeling, and that's regardless if you agree with it or not.
Also annoying the worst people by saying basically they don't care about modern agendas in their game. And that won over a lot of people. And compare that, of course, to what was said.
And of course, this in no way means that the game's going to be good. It could be dog shit. We don't know. We don't have our hands on it yet. People are willing to support it because they're believing that it's not going to be dog shit, and they want to believe that it's not going to be dog shit. Like I said, there is an underlying antipathy that most people don't want to recognize, or at least most people in the games industry want to recognize, because they just want it to go away, but it's not. I can agree the style of makeup is anachronistic, but saying makeup is historically inaccurate is funny. Yeah, it is, because because you might have a better idea than I, but didn't makeup start, didn't even Romans use makeup? Like before we changed over from BC to AD? Like, I feel like it's just been a prevalent part of our history for almost as long as we can remember.
The developers of 1348 Ex Voto. And it works for Knight's Path. They have 200,000
in my opinion, it should be a choice. I like games that let people do as much as they want, but by no means required. Right. Like, my thing is like, I much rather prefer a game that sticks by how, what they want in a game, rather than try to shoehorn in something to please everybody. Like, if you don't want to play it because of that, sure, go ahead, don't play it for that. But if they're doing, kind of like Dark Souls and the whole difficulty debate, at least this is the way that I've kind of conceptualized it, is they wanted to make a game where there are no difficulty settings. They just wanted to put it out there. And of course, everybody got upset that there were no difficulty settings, right? Well, here we are in a post-Demon Souls, Dark Souls world, and we can realize that they made the right choice because they made the game they wanted to make. And everybody loved them for it. The earliest makeup we know of goes all the way back to ancient Egypt. Very different modern makeup, but yes. Yeah, something that you use to make yourself look more beautiful.
One side,
even men wear it too.
Caring about a modern agenda, the other side caring about a modern
people who've used particular eye makeup for
at their ground level have a similar theme. It plays out very differently, but it is a medieval setting that is supposed to be the foundation. But they're going very different routes.
And this right here, of course, is what is the reason why everybody's put Ex Voto in the spotlight. Is because they had to jump into the ring with their 2 cents worth, and well, their 2 cents were not worth as much as they thought it was.
Just with the sort of story,
they could not put the money where their mouth was.
With the attitude of the developers and their social media team. Now, one of the big things, of course, the biggest selling point, at least according to games journalists, when it comes to 1348 Ex Voto, is that, well, it has a queer love story.
Yeah.
And that's
it certainly does.
That's what they got right now. That's
Listen, it's no Romeo and Juliet, but it's not as bad as people have been saying. Like, I cringed once, maybe twice. But I had no problem with the story other than that. My problem was with everything else in the game.
That's what they got, okay? They're really hammering it home because somehow that makes the game good. The bar is so low for people like this. It's actually unbelievable. But as you can see, again, in that same interview we just saw from about a week ago, they directly talked about this.
I really passionately want to tell.
By the way, this is the voice of Shadowheart.
she's slightly genderqueer in that, like, people mistake her for being a boy and a man, and she's like, yeah, great.
It's not a coming out story. It's not your usual fare. I've not seen that very often in games or in just in media in general.
You haven't
I
seen.
do think everyone would love it.
Well, boy howdy, was it not clear? They're going with the modern agenda. Okay, they're making it very clear, abundant.
I find it funny that she says I haven't been seeing that stuff in media when, I can remember, I can't name any off the top of my head because I don't really watch much, but I know that there have been a lot more LGBTQ representation in media, at least since the 2010s. So, like, either she's not paying attention and she hasn't watched anything, or that's a bold-faced lie. And when, what's her name? I think it's Abby Baldwin? Yeah. Said, I think that this is a story for everyone. I mean, I don't think that's the case. We very much know that we have an audience that we're trying to pursue with this. And I think you also very much know that a lot of people, the quote, usual suspects, in quotes, are not going to be happy with this game based on its subject matter. In order for you to have made everybody okay with this, you needed to make a good game. You kind of forgot that in the process.
Clear to everyone that is a very big focus of this game. And when that is the big focus and selling point of your game, that sounds like trouble. That sounds like the rest of the story, the rest of the game, the rest of the product isn't that interesting.
It sounds like you're coming at it from a pulpit rather than from a game.
One of the main selling points worth talking about. And they're trying to tell this story, and they're trying to score brownie points. And you know what? You get the seal claps on social media. Of course, right? That's what you get.
Oh yeah, I'm sure a lot of Blue Sky, a lot of people on Blue Sky loved it.
Politics or anything.
The dozens of them.
That's the route they're going, and they're making it very clear. And as we've seen with the demo, it's not panning out, and it's not too surprising. The modern audience, these activists, these games journalists, all of them, it's so shallow. Their support is so shallow and meaningless at the end of the day because they say all these things, they support all these tweets, but when it comes to brass tacks, they don't show up.
Exactly.
You can see, for example, this interview.
They don't show up at all.
9,000 likes, which, typically,
and the ones, and it's funny because the ones that do show up and actually put time into the game also agree that the game's not good. It's just like, I feel, I almost feel really bad for people who are identify as LGBTQ and gamers at the same time, because I think every time something like this comes out, I feel like they just have to be cringing. They're just like, oh, it's gonna suck, isn't it? And I would like for them to have, good games that they're interested in, good games that they like. If that's what they want, I'd love for them to have a great game. Problem is the likelihood of a game like this being good was very low from the start.
Longer form video, even if it's just 3 minutes, you're not likely to get a ton of interaction, a ton of likes. So that's a pretty impressive number. Now let me show you this. This is the wish list promotion. This is the link provided underneath that interview.
Okay.
It has 200 likes. 9,000 versus 200. So the people actually going and
oh, I very much am. No, I'm so sorry, Munstery.
If that just means signing up for a wish list, like, you're not even like buying.
We'll wrap it all up with a neat bow. Remember, these people like to think they speak for you and at you.
The game, right? That difference is
that one hurts
crazy.
Me on the inside.
It's absolutely crazy. And you know what, guys? I'll be honest with you. The writing was on the wall for this game. As soon as the story trailer came out about 4 weeks ago on the official PlayStation account.
By the way, I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but what we played in the demo was about 80% of the marketing material that they had for this game, which means if I were to be a betting man, I'm not a betting man because I always lose bets, but if I were to be a betting man, I think that they probably have about 30% of this game finished. Judging by the way that the demo looked, I don't think that it's anywhere near completion. And when they do release it, it's going to be even worse than what we saw in the demo, because the demo is supposed to be the best of what you've got.
I knew things were cooked. I mean, ending with eyeballs and looking at this objectively, you see number one, the official PlayStation account with nearly 17 million subscribers, polling 125,000 views in 4 weeks promoting this game. The like to dislike ratio, as expected with anything promoting the modern agenda, 3,600 likes versus 14,000 dislikes. Not good. The comment section,
Very, very bad.
abysmal. Okay, let's read some of them.
Hey, at least they left the
Let's
comments
end
on.
this on a light note. Let's read some of
Right?
the comments. I am surprised they leave the comments section open. I will give them that.
You know,
Okay, you
if
know
I would
what?
have waited 5
Yeah,
seconds,
hats
I
off.
would have made it
Because
look like I
most of
actually
these
didn't just
companies
read that.
nowadays, when they have a
I
game
didn't
that's
because I don't
getting,
read, but
disliked heavily, they turn off the comments. So good for them, I guess. Or maybe they just kind of forgot to turn it off.
now
But
I am
anyways,
reading.
Next
They never lure.
one says it's fascinating how
Those
they
who know
avoided showing
the joke.
characters talking. The mouth animation must be terrifying. Can't
The mouth animation must be terrifying. Well, we saw that yesterday. The mouth animations were in fact terrifying.
wait to play Knight's Path. Isn't that amazing, ladies and gentlemen? 1348X Voto is literally the best promotion for Knight's Path. I've never seen 2 games again at their foundation.
Oh, man.
Similar themes at their foundation. Coming out at similar times and just going completely different paths. Modern agenda on one side, rejection of modern
The worst part
agenda
is I
on
think
the
that
other,
even if
and
Knight's
one is
Path at this
working
point in time is
and
going to be a
one is
5 out
not.
of 10, most people are
Another
going to buy
comment
it.
says they never leer.
Just to
We gotta
spite
send them to
this
the
game.
leering center. Maybe they'll learn a thing or two. I paused the video to look right into the comments. I am not disappointed. Missed opportunity not to name the MC service.
Oh, no.
Okay, guys.
That's
Okay.
bad. That's
Modern
funny, but
audiences
bad.
will surely show up this time. Trust. I feel like there is a room full of completely out of touch boomers, and they're also
No, the worst
in
part
the
is
room,
this
there
isn't
is a
boomers. This
group
is
of, like,
millennials.
young,
Millennials made this game.
you know, your typical like Twitter.
I think
user type
millennials.
age activist, and they're convincing these people. Yeah, this one right here. Look at all the likes we're getting on Twitter. Can you even comprehend how many?
If
sales
only
we're gonna
Twitter
get?
likes transferred
And they believe it,
into
'cause they have
audience
no idea
members or
what's
money.
going on. Knight's Path in my wish list. Oh goodness, it just keeps going. It's so refreshing to see devs and investors no longer caring if their game makes
Oh,
money.
guys,
I kinda
please.
care.
It's already
This
dead.
industry is collapsing, man. It's because people just there's no good products out there. It's so terrible. This will end
Well,
up for free on PSN.
Unfortunately, Rev, it's because you're not looking in the right spot. What you need to do is you need to go to Steam, new releases, and then sort by just straight new releases. But make sure that you have the adult filter on, because if you don't have the adult filter on, it's adult content all the way down. But in order to look for new games like that, look at the new releases. They release every day. Some of them are gems, some of them are mid, but I guarantee you that all of them would be interesting.
And Pride Month. Oh goodness. I'm a non-binary. Well, that's very brave of you to come out.
Thank
and
you for
share
your input,
Identity
Tony Black
with
Ops.
us. Man, I predict Dragon Age: The Veilguard levels of quote-unquote success for this game.
Oh, they will,
You know,
yeah.
I love being told over and over again games like that were a massive hit. Own the chuds.
Yeah, you guys
then
remember
find
when
out a
Veilguard
few
came out?
months
I remember
later,
when Veilguard came out.
what
That
everyone
was
was saying who looked at
certainly
those
something,
games
wasn't it?
objectively were rights because the studios are shutting down and the related publishers are
Oh
reporting
my.
massive losses. It's just a cycle that will seemingly never end until people start to learn. But yeah, that's the situation with 1348X Voto. This is an absolute disaster. This demo not looking good.
Yeah.
A demo is never 100% proof a game will succeed.
That's very
or not.
true. However,
But it
it's a
does
good
give you an
indication.
idea of how much genuine
It points in a
interest there
direction.
is in this game, and so far, It's not looking good. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics
Hell
in
yeah.
the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoy the video, and I'll see you next time.
Well, I'm
If
not...
there's one gaming giant.
Okay. I'm not going to be sharing my thoughts in the comments. I'm going to be sharing my thoughts right here. Ha! Got him. All right. So, having played Xvoto, again, the takeaways are the game was just boring. That's it. Game was just boring. Sorry it has to be that way, but that's just what it is. I don't know. I just wish that they could have made a good game, because if they could have made a good game, then I think everybody in the industry would have been just completely fine. Even gamers who wanted to hate it for the LGBTQ themes, if it was a good game, they'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, that's a good game. Why not? However, we live in a post-demo release world, and we know for a fact that it is, in fact, not good. Man. Sucks how that works. Okay. And we're going to be moving on to an Endymion video. We're going to be talking about Xbox dying, essentially. There's been a little bit of news on the Xbox front. Apparently, I think what am I doing? The CEO, I think it's Randy Pitchford. I think that's who it is. Just stepped down. And then his second in command, so to speak, stepped down, or he retired, and then she stepped down with him. And now the person who's going to be running Xbox Studio as their, I think it's CEO, is somebody that they're promoting from the Microsoft AI division, which, very much worries me, because I do not want somebody from the AI division to be running a games studio. That sounds like that could be cancerous. I don't know if that's what's going to be talked about here, but I just had something roll across my feed and listened to it like not too long ago, telling me that had been happening. And I was like, oh no. I'm glad I jumped ship from Xbox 2 decades ago. I'm not going to lie. All right, Endymion, what do you got for us?
If there's one gaming giant that has been limping like a wounded animal for years, it's Xbox.
Bro, the trailer for Halo ODST went so hard. I don't know. If anybody wants to watch the ODST trailer right now, let me know. But that trailer, that went hard.
Everything that could have gone wrong has with the Xbox gaming giant pretty much these days. After the disastrous E3 2013 showcase,
they don't make them like they used to anymore.
Xbox One as your new TV instead of focusing on video games, the damage from that single night has lingered on these past 13 years to disastrous results. Game Pass was conceived because Xbox couldn't make quality games anymore because they know they couldn't.
I'm not gonna lie. I hate Game Pass. I hate Game Pass because I think it was a way for them just to make money off of not giving you an actual game. And I want to actually own my game when I own a game.
Didn't foster their studios at all, and at best they believed...
You never saw it? Nova, you've never seen this trailer? Okay, hang on. Quick 20-second adventure. This was made 16 years ago. This is what gaming was like 16 years ago. Like, you can feel it. You get chills when you watch it. God, I miss this era of gaming. And I'm a controversial opinion. I hate Halo. This trailer's amazing. I don't hate Halo. I don't like Halo. I never really liked it. But this trailer was great. This reminds me of 2000s recruitment commercials exactly. You could have played this as a recruitment commercial for the U.S. military. You'd have gotten sign-ups like no one's business. Imagine 16 years ago. That was 16 years ago. And we still are getting just slop shoved down our throats. We had it made in the 2000s. That was 2010. Actually, that's 2010 on the dot, wasn't it? We had it made. And now look where we're at.
Around instead of actually addressing the problems within the company. This then led to insane amounts of spending, billions just thrown around to acquire anything and everything that they could, with the largest actually being the Activision Blizzard buyout, which hasn't paid off for Microsoft despite now owning Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, and much, much more. To say that Xbox is cooked,
they've been collecting studios like Thanos is collecting Infinity Stones.
Like barbecued, man. They're like scorched, melted, turned into paste. They haven't been able to pull themselves out of this for years. One man was at the center of all of this. Phil
Honestly,
Spencer,
if you've
claiming
got
to be the savior
stocks in
of
Microsoft,
Xbox,
dump.
promised to fans of
Or at
Halo
least in
Fable,
Xbox.
This was the guy that was supposed to fix things. But now that the news came out, Phil Spencer has
They're
left
fucked.
Xbox effectively immediately, as Pure Xbox reported here. And
I am
now
not a
Asher
financial
Sharp
advice
has
person. Do
officially
not take
become
financial
head of
advice from
Xbox, with Phil
VTubers.
Spencer leaving the company out of nowhere in this bombshell announcement. You're probably wondering, who is this Asha lady? Yeah, good question, because Asha doesn't seem to be well known to anyone.
And
who
she's the
follows
person.
Xbox closely,
So this is what I was
because it looks
talking
like
about.
this
She's the one who's stepping down.
change
with
wasn't
Pitchford.
done in a positive way. What this looks like to me is that Xbox is so cooked that Microsoft leadership just finally had enough and forced Phil Spencer out the door due to the disastrous state of his leadership and what he did to Xbox. As seen here from Games Radar, it's not
But see, it's so weird because I honestly think that he might have kept Xbox afloat longer than it should have been afloat. Because, he made them enough money to be able to continue the Xbox brand, even though like their development studios have been like going down. So it's weird because it's like if they're forcing him out, they're forcing out the one person at the studio who actually tried to keep it afloat. Which is just like, what is going on, you
just Phil
guys?
Spencer who left. Actually, Sarah Bond has also left Xbox effectively immediately too, which is concerning because Sarah Bond was originally meant to be. The
Okay,
next
so
head of
maybe
Xbox after Phil
I was
Spencer,
wrong.
since she works so
It's
closely
this,
with
I guess it's this woman that is stepping down and the other woman is taking over.
Because personally, she thinks it's the right time for her to go and move on to other
Yeah,
things.
get the hell
Again,
out of there,
none this
bail.
sounds
Get out of your ship.
voluntary. This all
It's
sounds
sinking.
like Microsoft's bigwig sent the hammer down and crushed Phil Spencer's entire department into atomized nothingness. What's suspicious is that Sarah Bond apparently listed herself as leaving Xbox hours before the announcement was made public on LinkedIn, which then led to a lot of people wondering what exactly was
I want you to look at my boy. Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Look what it has become. Can we all take a moment of silence for Call of Duty? He wasn't doing a good job, but at least he kept it alive. Yeah, exactly. He was doing the job. Maybe not a good job, but he was doing the job.
going on. Sarah Bond then confirmed, as you can see here via LinkedIn, that yeah, she's out officially. I won't bother reading
Yep.
her entire message because it's mostly safe corporate speak like usual, but long story short, she's proud of what they accomplished and she's of course confident in future leadership because, well, she has to say that, who are we kidding? Either way,
Let's see if we can decode this. Sharing with gratitude the note I sent to the team today. I'm telling you this because I feel like I have to. Grateful to our players, developers, partners, and team. You guys can go fuck yourselves. Forever a fan of Xbox. I hate Xbox. Hi, team. I know there's a lot of news to take in today. I guess the translation. I guess you heard about what happened. I'm incredibly proud of what we've built together over the past 8+ years. It's been 8 years. It's been really rough. PC and cloud gaming are growing faster than ever. Our next console, no, it's not. Our console is well underway, and we're together. Together we've helped lay the foundation for a more open gaming platform that spans devices and reaches players around the world. We didn't build shit, and shit's falling apart. When we announced our intention to acquire Activision Blizzard in 2022, I committed to helping lead Xbox through what would be a critical period of change. Over the past 4 years, we've navigated that moment together and positioned the business for what comes next. We took on some of the biggest challenges this organization has ever faced and did it as one team. We bought Blizzard and made it worse. Somehow, imagine. With that, I've decided this is the right time for me to take my next step, both personally and professionally. I've been fired. We are living through a transformative technological era that will shape the next generation of our industry. I am energized by what's ahead. I got fired and I hate it. You forgot the ship is sinking. We're pumping money into this, but we're bailing water at this point. Yeah, you're totally right. This moment also presents a unique opportunity for fresh eyes and new leadership to guide the team into its next chapter. Again, translation, I've been fired for somebody who fits Microsoft's agenda better, which is AI. I've had the privilege of spending the time with Asha over the last few weeks that we've planned for transition, and I've seen firsthand the deep commitment to our players, developers, and brand. That means that they're going to screw you. They're going to screw you hard. It's going to be without lubrication, and you're going to feel it. She brings deep technologies and commerce experience along with a strong track record of building scaling platforms that the world uses. AI is coming to gaming. Get used to it, nerd. Xbox deserves this. Hold up. She snuck one in. Xbox deserves this. Hang on, I need a... Hold up. Snipping tool. Snip. Jarvis, enhance. Jarvis, enhance. Is it not doing it? Not showing it. Of course. We're trying to get it. It didn't work. Well, we took the Xbox deserves this, and we snipped it. Isn't that funny? Xbox deserves this. I am excited to see her lead this next chapter for our team. I'll remain on special advisory to Asha to help ensure a smooth transition. Okay, yeah.
Because, well,
TLDR, screw her.
That, were we kidding? Either way, this marks the end of an era for Xbox. Effectively, the Xbox One to now era
Xbox deserves this.
Ended, with everyone pretty much who runs Xbox being reshuffled and replaced, except if your name is Matt Booty, apparently. Matt Booty has been with Xbox
what
for
an
a
unfortunate
very long
name.
time, according to IGN, as seen here. Besides Asha Sharma becoming the new president of Xbox, Matt Booty has somehow survived all of these cuts for the millionth time, and now he'll be the chief content officer at Xbox going forward, which...
I know nothing of this guy. I know nothing of him. I hope he's good. I fear he's not.
Doesn't make any sense to me, because Matt Booty has been working at Xbox for almost 16 years, as you can see here via his LinkedIn. And in that time frame, Matt hasn't exactly transformed Xbox into anything special or profitable. In fact, right where he took his position,
remember, in corporate, you fail upwards.
To 2023, for example, nothing got better either. Xbox, like I said, has been
January 28th, November 2023. Yeah, I don't remember that era of gaming, probably because it was
Xbox One era
not good.
A complete and utter disaster. The Xbox Series X has also plateaued completely in sales as well, as Pure Xbox reported here at the end of 2025. Series X only sold 2 million units in the entirety of 2025.
Well, yeah, because everybody's moving to PC.
pretty
'Cause it's not
abysmal.
worth it to have a
PlayStation sold
console.
almost 10 million units in 2025 for comparison, which kind of tells you everything.
Nobody
Look, I don't
does
wanna be
on the
Debbie
couch gaming
Downer here, but
anymore.
it's pretty obvious that Xbox's problems are so deep. They can't be fixed by a mere leadership shakeup this time. Actually, let's also just circle back to that Asha Sharma lady, you know, this new CEO of Microsoft Gaming, which is her actual official title, by the way. Here's part
Okay.
of Asha's letter to Xbox employees where she confirms that she's now the CEO of Microsoft Gaming. I won't read it for all of it pretty much, but here, just to paraphrase, look at it here. She says that she's excited for the job. She knows the brand has millions of players that are
Today I began my role as CEO of Microsoft Gaming. I feel two things at once: humility and urgency. Humility because this team has built something extraordinary over decades. Urgency because in this period of rapid change, we need to move to blah, blah, blah. I am stepping into work to shape out a generation of engineers, blah, 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 blah. Okay, all of this basically says that she's going to ruin the
for
company.
good games, and she thanks Phil Spencer.
Ruin and
Which
whatever,
makes
everything
has
that
to, because everything has to
Phil
be
made. Sorry,
politically
yeah,
correct
Phil
and squeaky
Spencer.
clean when these sort of things happen. Despite the fact that Asha is not inheriting a pristine plate, it's
Which is
more like
saying
a
something.
house honestly filled to the brim with garbage, and there's also no running water. I'm sure Phil is happy because, you know, he gets to leave and retire finally. and
Yeah, he gets to
enjoy his
retire
life
with
free
millions of
all.
dollars.
But as a lot of people pointed out on social media already, this Asha Sharma lady does not come from a background of video games, which doesn't surprise me.
Which, by the way, we're going to put somebody without a background in video games in charge of a video game studio. When has that ever worked out? Question.
And that yet
For the
another
class.
person who
The
doesn't
answer
know
is
what video games are
rhetorical.
inherently
You
is
know
now
exactly
tasked
what it
running a
is.
company all about video games. Executives are usually people who aren't necessarily passionate about the brand or anything like, you know, the developers will be. They're just there to kind of hire the right people under them to make themselves look good. Let's be honest. That's really what it's about. But in
Mhm.
Xbox's case, despite Asha not really being much of a gamer herself, I mean, Phil Spencer is a gamer, and look how that turned
He
out
was.
for them.
He
None
was
of
a big
these
gamer.
things have really worked, but again, it's because Xbox isn't fostering their talent or their studios correctly. I've been
They
saying
never
this
come from
for
a background of
years on
video
this
games.
channel.
It's almost always
Microsoft's
finance or
entire way of
marketing.
doing things with Xbox has always been the
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all take a second for a moment of silence for Xbox. Okay.
same. They just keep adding things to their portfolios without.
I guess we still
ensuring
have
what they already
PlayStation, but
have is working.
Sony's
Just
actively
keep
trying to
adding
kill it,
things.
so
Don't worry if they don't do well. We're rich, so it's okay. We can just keep buying things to make it look like that we're doing well, even though we're not. It's sort of like a sinking boat, but instead of like plugging the holes where the water is seeping in, they're more interested in ensuring that like the wheel of the
Nova, did you pre-watch this video?
ship says Gucci on it and that the sails above them look nice. But the crew of the ship is malnourished and nobody knows how to do anything anymore. It's kind of like being on the Titanic, still hitting that iceberg, but the people in charge are just telling you, don't panic about it, just keep enjoying
Man.
the meal. Despite the fact that the
Did
entire
we-
thing is starting to
Hold up.
don't panic.
I want you to watch this animation as this guy's
Kinda like being
jumping.
on the Titanic,
Tell me if you see what I see.
still hitting that iceberg, but the people in charge are just telling you, don't
Okay. Watch him jump. Tell me if you see his body moves a little awkward.
panic about it. Just keep enjoying your meal, despite the fact that the entire thing is.
You all
starting to
saw that, right?
Sink like, that's not good.
He
But
just
did
went
you
like,
see that
whoop.
Gucci wheel we got, isn't that nice? Wow, what a nice wheel. Oh yeah, we're
Official
sinking
trailer,
now.
by the way.
This has pretty much been Xbox's way of doing things since pretty much forever. They bought Bethesda. Remind me how that made Bethesda better in any way? If anything, some of Bethesda's worst games have been made during the Xbox acquisition. Same goes with Obsidian and more. The only bright spot has really been Forza, which consistently does well at least. So it's really no wonder why Playground Games.
No,
which
I
does
just speak
Forza, by the
corpo.
way, is now
Yeah.
tasked with making Fable because it's like the only
I
studio
hate
they have
corporate
that
speak
actually
so
knows what
much.
they're doing. Halo as a brand is cooked. Halo
If I want to call
Studios,
somebody a
formerly
fucking
343
asshole, I
Industries,
want to
still
call
not
him that
operating
with my
correctly
my own
despite
words
that
instead
brand
of
shift
politely.
earlier last year. Need I remind you, as also seen here from Eurogamer, where a Halo art director of 17 years left that studio with an ominous message about how he will expose
Remember, this guy left the studio. I don't think he left. I think he was told you have to leave.
the studio once his NDA runs out. You really don't know.
I can't
how
wait
bad
for his
things will
NDA
go
to come
over
out.
there, but
As
in
soon as his
time,
NDA
it
runs
will
out,
definitely,
we're gonna know
so I
exactly what
guess I
happened.
could be happy, of course, for this Asha Sharma lady now that she's the CEO or whatever. But again, a CEO of a sinking Titanic isn't exactly what you want either. And let's be completely blunt and honest as well, okay? Asha wouldn't.
Well,
be
hopefully the
CEO
captain
if
goes down with a
things were
ship.
Going well at Xbox. Phil Spencer wouldn't just leave, seemingly out of like nowhere, especially by the way, because because the 25th anniversary of Xbox is coming around, no less, and he left before that. Yeah, things are not going well.
Oh no, that's pretty bad. 25 years of Xbox, and he just gets pushed out right before that. Oh man. Yeah. Timing's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it funny that that happened?
Shakeup was not because the
Got your
leadership
popcorn ready?
wanted this
Good.
to happen. Clearly, this shakeup happened.
I hope you got a bag
because
for me.
Leadership was forced to make it. Game Pass is plateaued in subscriptions. Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 flopped last year. Halo is, well, not really the goal.
So I heard something. I heard something interesting that a lot of developers that Microsoft was approaching, or even their internal studio, they were told that they have to make games specifically for Games Pass, which I don't know. I don't like that idea particularly. That sounds really kind of stupid. And it really kind of shows, at least in my opinion, the health of Xbox when you really sit down and think about it in like the abstract. Why are you making games for a service that aren't being sold, but for like a Netflix type of service? I don't think you can really Netflix games. I'm not going to lie. Like, obviously, Netflix has games, apparently, as I've heard. But I don't think you can make like a service that emulates Netflix for games because of the nature of the medium.
To say the least.
I don't know.
You have people online.
I think this is a good experiment that showed that you can't do it.
Running one of the biggest gaming giants again. So let's now look into what exactly Asha Sharma is all about. As IGN reported here, this is how they described Asha Sharma themselves, which reads: Sharma is a former VP of product and engineering at Meta, that's Facebook, and former Instacart COO who is also a board member of the Home Depot.
So somebody's coming in to run a game studio that was a VP of products and engineering at Facebook. We all love Facebook, right? Facebook, great. Meta's a great company. We love it, right? Absolutely love it. And former Instacart COO as a board member of Home Depot. Well, at least she knows how to fix a sinking ship, right? She's got the resources to do it. All that lumber.
Microsoft in 2024. In her email to Microsoft staff, she wrote in part, "My first job is simple. Understand what makes this work and protect it. That starts with 3 commitments. First, great games. Everything begins there. We must have great games beloved by players before we do anything." Okay. So
well, that would be a good quote, but
is that one very specific thing above anything else? That this new CEO of Microsoft Gaming they have right now, she has 0 experience or like any expertise when it comes to video games at all.
She also was a board member for an e-commerce company. Awesome.
Listed there has nothing to do with video games. I mean, Asha Sharma has never worked in games. She never made a video game. She doesn't know how any of that even works. And she then also comes from a background of apparently marketing and most.
I'm gonna bet that she has a negative idea of how video games work. Like, her knowledge about how video games work is probably so low that it would be impressive to listen to her talk about video games. She started her career at Microsoft in, who guessed it, marketing. Okay. Hooray. We get to prop up another marketing exec that has no idea how to run a game studio.
Making, if you ask me, like, not because Asha is a woman, okay, mind you, there's plenty of actually great women in gaming. Amy Hennig, for example, she ran Naughty Dog for years and actually made a lot of amazing games. And I would actually argue that Naughty Dog didn't actually get bad until Neil Druckmann took over, and then Neil Druckmann, a man, obviously took over, for example.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my unfortunate responsibility to tell you that a second Druckmann has hit the games industry once again.
Here has nothing really to do with Asha being a woman. It has everything to do with the fact that they spent 13 years or so just completely ruining Xbox as a brand. Not listening to their players, not knowing what they wanted despite being told by people very loudly what to do, and their bright idea here was to just go hire and place someone.
You know, if I were a game dev,
how to make video games.
If I were a game dev and a marketing CEO came to me, or CEO, COO, whatever, came to me and said, you need to make a game like this way, I would laugh at them and tell them to fuck off.
Worked in the industry at all to now run the entire operation. It's sort of like when Apple got John Scully, who was a former Pepsi executive, to run Apple after Steve Jobs. And then he cooked Apple so badly that they were actually begging for Steve Jobs to come back because he needed someone who actually knew how to run the company. I'm not saying that it didn't work, but the reality is you should probably have someone who actually knows how to make games.
She probably is a very smart and business-minded lady, and I pray and I can
Gabe
pray
Newell isn't
maybe
either.
she
We all
knows the
know that.
culture
guy's
around
been
gaming, but I
designing
doubt
games
it.
for
Yeah, that's what I
decades.
was
He knows
saying.
what players want because he is
I
obviously
was saying
one of
that
them. This is why his
I'm
team
hoping
keeps
for the
winning despite
best,
doing nothing, as the memes
but I
go.
fear and
Xbox
know it
basically
will be the
hired someone who
worst.
specializes in AI and marketing and went, sure, that's going to work. But the other thing I say people bringing up is that you don't hire someone who specializes in AI if you don't also plan on using that technology at the company. Just would
It is going to be a dark day when Xbox uses AI in their video games. I mean, beyond what they're already using. I don't know what the future of video games holds, and I'm not entirely sold that AI is the devil. I'm not entirely sold that AI is the savior. All I know is that right now, AI is not good enough to be used for games. It is not good enough to be used for probably the next decade, and they're going to shoehorn it in right now. I don't want that, because it's going to make games lame. It's going to make them stupid for the next, at least AAA games, until they find some way to throw enough money at it in order to develop it to a point where it's going to become indistinguishable from developer touched assets, developer touched whatever. I really hope that they don't start putting AI in games, because this is going to actually kill their studio.
not make sense otherwise. As Asha Sharma said, according to Jeff Keighley here, as you can see, she has no tolerance
Jeff spotted.
for bad AI and believes that a game should be made by human hands. I mean, yeah, I guess, but either way, this feels like
Jeff, I would like to believe you, but however, you have burned me on High Guard. You have burned me on the last decade of your career, and you have burned me on being you. So, forgive me, Jeff, but I don't believe you.
a really weird choice for Xbox of all things. Here's Asha's credentials, but as you can see also, none of this has to do with games. She also weirdly bounces from company to company very quickly too in the last few years, which is also very suspicious. But either way,
I feel like
don't
that's
read this
normal
experience
nowase.
sheet and go, yeah, this is
I'm
gonna
not
work
quite
for
sure, but I feel like
Xbox.
that's
mean,
normal.
Honestly, they should have taken a game dev and then hired them instead. If Xbox actually wanted a chance,
No, but see, a game dev will never say, we're going to make this much money. A game dev says, well, if we make a great game and invest a bunch of money into it, probably we're going to make money. And that's not what a CEO board member wants to hear. They want to hear, here are our definitive numbers that we're going to make. I mean, that quote is heartening. I mean, yeah, the quote's
Maybe a true
heartening, but
comeback.
again, consider the source.
in terms of video games, they would have hired someone like maybe Chris Avallone to become the new CEO. Chris Avallone, if you don't know, has really deep ties with Xbox. He wrote games like New Vegas, Knights of the Old Republic 2, and he knows deeply how to
Oh,
make
so
rich
this guy
narrative-driven
probably
video
would have been a
games,
great
obviously.
choice,
He
wouldn't it?
also, if you didn't know, founded Obsidian, by the way, but left after Obsidian got all, well, you know, awful and identity-driven, as we all know, too. Either way, Chris Avallone would have been a really good fit for CEO here. Why do you think companies like Nintendo flourished when they have people like Satoru Iwata leading them? Rest in peace to him, by the way. Or what about John Cormack? He's someone that people still listen to because that guy
Yeah.
founded id Software, which makes Doom and Quake. Even
Imagine.
Tim Sweeney, despite having, you know, controversial takes when it comes to politics and more, I will admit, at the very least, the guy is a big nerd and a developer at heart, too. I mean, which makes sense why Fortnite, which his company makes, by the way, is so successful, and Unreal Engine is so widely used across the entire industry, because Tim has been running Epic Games as CEO since 1991.
Very
by
true.
the way. 1 year before I was even born, dude. He's been a CEO for a really long time. Although
Yep.
not every time having a game dev has worked. I mean,
And the
Herman
best
Hulst
part
at
about all of
PlayStation
it
right now
is like all of the companies that have people who know about gaming at the helm, they're everywhere. Like gamers gravitate towards them and they succeed. Imagine how that works.
doing disastrous damage to that brand, so maybe Asha Sharma can shine, but either way, her portfolio says that she leaves companies regularly, and now she's at apparently Xbox. I have to wonder, how the hell does this lady find her way
Oh
into
man.
the most random of
I
companies
heard
in
that
high positions?
I heard that the Outer Worlds and the Outer Worlds 2 were not great. Like I heard that they were like, eh. I feel bad because of course Obsidian's getting gutted after they had one good game. Microsoft said we can't have that. Sorry,
like this
Bethesda said that we
She
can't
has
have
to kill
that.
people, otherwise it's just confusing. But if you ask me, all of this is pretty much a big red flag either way. It's not just Xbox, it's a lot of gaming companies. Things have fundamentally changed from what they have been before. Before, you had studios and companies ran by actual gamers who knew how to make games, and it showed. Bungie was
Mhm.
making Halo and flourishing, Doom was killing it at id Software, Nintendo actually cared about not overcharging you all of the time,
You remember when Nintendo used to make good Pokemon games?
And PlayStation's leadership
I
cared
remember.
both about big games and their smaller exclusives by keeping studios like Japan Studio around, just to name a few.
I guess that
These
was
days,
Game
the
Freak,
industry
but
is clearly a very different beast. It's being completely ran by people who were essentially professionals.
leave my
who know
trauma
how to say
company
the
out of
right
this.
thing and then just continue to fail upwards.
It's done
I
enough.
guarantee you that Asha Sharma's letter to
Which one, Nova?
Xbox employees was probably also written by AI too. For
You're gonna
God's
have to
sake, she
explicate
also
that a
admitted,
little
right,
more.
She specializes in it, so who are we kidding? The fact we have people who've never played games in their entire lives pretty much in positions like this is why things are heading down in terms of profit and faith in all of these products. Like, it just makes sense. Back in the day, let's be real, it was just kind of like nerdy guys making games, and lo and behold, all the classics were being made all of the time
Yep.
constantly.
There's a
Because
reason
these
why we
people
only
back
really
in the
play
day had a
games from
vision,
like
a real passion for
2000 to
video games. Like,
2010,
now it feels like the
2015.
people in charge are like wearing these companies like skin suits. They don't care anymore, and it's frustrating beyond
Yep.
anything else. Asha also confirmed that her favorite games are, as seen here, Halo,
Okay.
Valheim, and
That's an eclectic mix. Which Halo? We're gonna need a little bit more explication on which Halo. Valheim, okay. It's a pretty good choice. It's a pretty good choice. We like Valheim. GoldenEye.
GoldenEye,
Okay.
apparently.
We'll take that one too.
Savvy, like always, finds her way of pushing these top dogs to answer.
Now, do I
As
believe
seen here,
her?
Savvy asked Asha
No.
to post her gamer tag so people can judge just how well she knows gaming. Insanely enough, Asha actually responded and offered her actual public Xbox gamer tab so people could just check out what she's played. And dude, the information revealed does not help Asha's case at all, because look
Uh-oh.
at this. On Asha's Xbox account, as seen here, she has 2 achievements unlocked on the finals, 0 on Control, 0 on Diablo
This is a crispy image.
4. Mind you, the company she now runs owns Blizzard and Diablo, so I'm sure the Blizzard developers are happy knowing that the lady who runs them now has basically 0 knowledge of anything they do with what they're making over there, by the way, which is kind of embarrassing.
I mean, like, to be fair, that's not indicative. Oh, okay. Well, here we are.
And as you can also see here, Asha has beaten Fire.
All right, we've got Vampire Survivors. Does it say how played 8 months ago? It doesn't say how much time. Gone Home. I heard that one was pretty good. I haven't heard of What Remains of Edith Finch. Not a lot of time in Hogwarts Legacy. Firewatch, which is pretty based. And Grim Idol.
Watch, which is like a 2-hour
Heard of it, but I
game
haven't
at
played
best.
it.
She may have beat Gone Home, which is like an hour-long walking simulator game. And she's also
Okay.
beaten What Remains of Edith Finch, another 2-hour game at best.
So she's like a 1 hour to 2 hour session gamer.
Yet in Hogwarts Legacy,
Which is
she
fine.
has
You could be a 1 hour to 2 hour session gamer. That's fine with me.
about 4
I don't-
achievements,
not gonna
probably
judge her
gonna
on
piss
that.
off the activists too, that she even played Hogwarts in the first place, by the way. As seen here on her account as well, she played a decent chunk of Halo Infinite.
Okay, Halo Infinite, that's a strike against you. She played Firewatch, she's based. I know, right? That's what I said. Edith and Firewatch are both story-rich walking games. Like I said, they are what they are. I mean, I'm not going to judge her on that because I've heard that they're really good. Minecraft, and Minecraft for iOS, so she's played it on 2 different platforms. Fallout 76, that's a kind of a knock against you, but you haven't played it for long. Solitaire and the Minecraft launcher. That's funny. Townscraper, haven't heard of it. DayZ. Okay. Red Dead Redemption 2, 0 achievements in it. Okay. 0 achievements in Madden NFL. I see Hollow Knight. How much? 4 achievements. So probably not that long.
At least she seems to like
And each of them were worth 5 because she's got 20 out of 1,000.
Ball X Pit, Forza Horizon 5. She also played a little bit.
She did play almost all of Ball X Pit. That's not bad. Ball X Pit was pretty good.
Microsoft.
I don't know. I'm getting mixed signals from
little
this.
bit, basically nothing in Hollow Knight and 0 in Red Dead Redemption.
Bruh.
And oh yeah, I forgot
Bruh.
to mention, Asha Sharma, the new head of Xbox, her Xbox gamer tag is apparently, and I'm not kidding, just over a month old at this point when she posted this. This account was made
By the
in
way,
January
that's also not Hollow Knight Silk Song. That's Hollow Knight 1, which means that she didn't play the sequel.
2026. So she's not only
And that was, oh my God, that account was made in January of 2026. Man.
fresh. She just started playing these Xbox games for the first time this year. That's
Never mind. I have now a more negative opinion. That's like 10% through the game with no side content. I don't even think that's 10% through the game. I think that's like, she played it for 2 hours. And then she never came back to it. Hang on. Oh, I'd have to check it. I'll check it in a little. Actually, you know what? We'll check it in a little bit. I bet you I have more achievements in Hollow Knight than her, and that's saying something because I only played it for like maybe 8 hours.
A person who has played Xbox for a month is now running the company. Very cool. Very, very cool, Xbox.
I will say,
This
as
is
a
like
devil's
someone
advocate, she may not give her personal account. I mean, she guised it as she did, though.
who just got taught how to cook eggs pretty much now being told that they're in charge of Hell's Kitchen. Like, what
Like,
are we doing,
I
guys?
can get not wanting to give your personal account. I do 100% get that. I'm not going to hold that against her. However, you would think that if she's coming in and were a gamer, she'd have put a lot more hours into other games that weren't super eclectic onto that account and actually played the games that she liked. 4 achievements is definitely Hornet, maybe Mantis
Look, I
Lord.
wanna give you
Yeah,
guys, like, the
That's
benefit of the
what I
doubt,
was
but
trying
this
to.
is
That's what I was
really
trying to.
hard
Because
do
like
with
what?
this
That's like an hour's worth of play, maybe 2. At least I made it to Hornet in like an hour. I don't know. Maybe I'm misremembering, but it wasn't really like that's not an achievement, so to speak. If I were her, I wouldn't be giving my main account, giving a secondary account you've put some time into. But that's what I'm saying. It's like if this is her secondary account she's going to be using for her job, you would think that there would be more games and more time in the games because she would be encouraged to play on it.
When I gotta be honest, we got a CEO who just began playing your platform is now running things. Again, this feels like Microsoft wanted change like immediately. And they just grabbed like whoever they could that was higher up the ladder to just plug in the hole for now. I'm actually surprised, despite Matt Booty being kind of booty at his job, let's be real, that he didn't get the CEO position. I mean, at the very least, the guy has experience in Xbox and it's many layers. So if he was made CEO, it wouldn't be exactly a vote of like confidence or anything, but it would at least be better than someone that just, I don't know, started playing video games on your platform a month ago at least. I mean, can we agree on that one? Again, either way, this Asha Sharma is eager to prove herself, which, you know, I don't doubt that, but if I'm being real, I just don't see
I don't think she's gonna
Xbox
prove
being able to
herself.
turn things around in like any meaningful way. Some users were also telling Asha to make Xbox games exclusive again on their platform, but
We're
come
gonna
on,
move you
that will
guys just a
never
little
happen.
bit.
As Wolf's
There you
gaming
go.
blog stated here, based on information from Alania Analytics, Xbox sold 13 games on PlayStation in 2025 and made somewhere around $500 million.
Really? So Xbox sold their games on PlayStation and made a lot of money. Huh.
There's no way that
Funny how that
Microsoft
works.
is going to stop doing that because it's too
I will say, I think the end of exclusivity, the end of console exclusivity is 100% unambiguously and ubiquitously a good thing for the games industry. Yeah, I get that. I'm just trying to give some pushback on the gamer card analysis because it can get a bit biased without full context. Sure, but she's making the claim that she does play a lot of games or that she has a lot of games that she plays, and some of the games that she mentioned, like Valheim, are not on that account. It's like, oh, okay.
lucrative. I mean, Forza Horizon 5 alone sold over 5 million copies on PlayStation. Numbers they could only dream of on Xbox. The fact of the matter is Phil Spencer and
You'd
his
think that
Game
she'd
Pass
have
era
time
conditioned
in it then.
Xbox users into really no longer wanting to buy most games due to like the whole Game Pass thing existing in the first place. There's no way you're going to tell Xbox players that they'll have to buy their games after being so routinely able to play whatever they can on Game Pass. It would be like Netflix, right? Now swapping their entire model overnight and
I don't know.
charging
I'd rather
people
own my
per
games.
show or
I
movie
never
to
liked
watch
Games
it. I mean,
Pass.
that would be catastrophic on their service. But the truth is just simple, right? Xbox can't survive without multi-platform games. You may think they can, but they really can't.
No, they
It
can't.
just is
You
what it
have to
is
be
now.
selling on
And I
pretty much every
guarantee that when
system.
Fable
Probably
launches later in
PC.
2026, PlayStation and Steam will definitely outsell the Xbox version.
I agree. Fable is not going to do well based on the fact that the game is going to play like absolute ass. I guarantee it. Probably not going to look to give your Steam profile as a Microsoft CEO in all fairness, but that's the thing. You are trying to profess to people to show them that you are a gamer. If I were in her shoes, I would be showing at least the time that I have in game and the games that I've played. I wouldn't maybe share my Steam profile in general, but I'd at least share, like, here's like a picture, a screenshot of my most played games. Because I'm trying to establish a pathos with everybody. Is it a pathos? I think it's a pathos. Showing that I am coming from a place of authority here. She's not doing that. She's not showing that. And people are worried.
By a landslide too. Even Chris Avalo decided to poke fun at Microsoft, as one user said Xbox losing their previous leaders in a sarcastic tone was fine, and then Chris Avalo would say, things are running along just fine in Microsoft's world according to Copilot.
Imagine.
Yikes, but yeah, he may be out of line, but he's pretty much right.
By the way, I hate the fact that I can't uninstall Copilot. I hate that program so much.
Xbox division hasn't been profitable for a long time now. Phil Spencer turned it into slop with Game Pass, and then they overspent on way too many acquisitions without actually making sure that any of it was cohesive in the first place.
Oh, I agree. I just want to look at it from another side.
Lion's Den, and she's
I know, but
she's gonna swim. She's gonna be.
I think the other side has a, at least in my opinion, I think the other side has a weak argument, mostly because she's trying, obviously, to establish some type of foothold in the gaming zeitgeist, the gaming culture. And when you look at it from the other side, it does have some points, but they all contradict her own narrative of what she's trying to do. Use a window debloater script. I think that could probably force an uninstall. You know, I bet you're 100% correct, but if I do that, I'm going to guarantee you I'm going to break my PC. I am so stupid when it comes to that things. I'll give you, you're 100% right. Although, I'm stupid. Tonight will be historic. This is the first State of the Union to deliver someone found guilty of felonies. Okay, well, thank you for your contribution to this. I'm pretty sure that that's very helpful.
And fix everything like some freaking messiah, or more likely probably run away less than a year into the job and then leave that mess for someone else to deal with. And I really wouldn't blame her, because to fix this ship, you're going to
you can barely figure out the Discord roles you want.
Likely hits in the future for them,
yeah,
Fable,
exactly.
Probably, and the next Forza. Maybe Gears E-Day, we'll see about that one. Halo is getting that PS5 version dropping this year too for the first game, so that'll likely do well, maybe, probably, who knows. But comparing Xbox in the 2000s to the 2010 era to now, it's a totally different company. They used to be the leading pioneers on the future of gaming and had their hand on the pulse of what players truly wanted. Now they're just at sea on a broken ship. The compass has stopped working years ago. They're low on supplies, but don't worry, guys. We got new leadership, so please be excited. I mean, what could go wrong, right? Either way, Xbox is beyond saving if you ask me, and this all proves it. But what do you think? Let me know. Thanks for watching. Subscribe. See you next time.
Well, thank you very much, Endymion. We love to see it. I think that Microsoft might be a little screwed. I think that Xbox is going to have some problems. I think that they're probably having a problem or two. I don't know. I'm hoping that that's not true. I do hope that she comes in, she makes it great. I don't believe that that's going to be the case, though, unfortunately. Well, all right. We're going to move on to probably a little bit more of a controversial video. You know how it is. If you don't like it, it's fine. Try to keep the conversation civil. We don't really need to be going out of our way to call people names. We don't need to be harassing other people. If you disagree with it, you can politely disagree and have a conversation. But we're going to move on to Shu. And I know this is a little bit more drama-y than what I usually cover, but I think it's important because it involves another streamer by the name of Imaru, at least from what I hear, and it's about how people were coming at them for not having a political take, which is unfortunate because I think that it's okay to not have a political take, and we just want to kind of, talk over that with what it is.
And welcome to another episode of What the Hell is Going On with your host, Ugly Belle Delphine. Now, before you ask, yes, there is an
That's
Epstein
funny.
Files video coming out. I feel like everyone has like streamer brain nowadays, and like every fucking video has to be breaking news in order to get the most views. But I am taking my time with it. I'm sure you understand there is a lot happening.
You know, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
Oh,
Is
really?
Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Do you want to go there?
I'm so happy that politics has devolved into screaming matches on the floor of the Senate.
Your grandfather in the Holocaust.
Your country.
Oh
sir.
yay, time to get
And
annoyed
let's
at people
forget
saying
about
random
these
shit on
satanic
Twitter again.
billionaire pedophiles
Absolutely.
running
We're going to get away. We are 100% going to do that.
world. And let's talk about some internet drama, shall we? Because that is what's really important. For a little over a decade now, the most inane things can get you called a racist or a Nazi on the internet. To the point
True.
where these words
It's very
hold
true.
little to no meaning anymore. It's so bad that when someone is called a racist or a Nazi online, I'm immediately like, oh, what funny joke did they tell? But ladies and gentlemen, we have officially come to the point where not saying anything also makes you a racist Nazi. For the few of you watching this channel who are employed, there's a very popular Twitch streamer named Emaru. She's a cosplayer and just kind of a fun, chill, normie video
By the way, does absolutely nothing. Does absolutely nothing because does nothing that is controversial. Plays games, cosplays, and yet people still hate them. Imagine how that
game
works.
streamer. Well, the other day, someone in her chat asked her opinion about ICE, and this is what she had to say.
Like, there's a certain extent where I'm like, okay, sure, I get people wanting big content creators to, like, say their opinions on, like, important topics. I get
Which no one is entitled to.
that, right? But it's like, if you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
In a world where it seems like
Which is so fucking anodyne of an opinion that obviously everybody has to have a problem with it. Get off the internet if you think that somebody is owed you an opinion. They are not. Nobody has owed you anything, first of all. Second of all, oh my God, some people just want to unplug and not have to talk about this stuff. Imagine how that works.
every single celebrity is just screaming their political takes completely unprompted.
What a world
This
we would
was
live
a
in.
refreshing thing to hear. Seems like a pretty
Mhm.
sane, rational, inoffensive thing to say, right? Wrong. This short little clip where she ironically tried to avoid controversy ended up being one of the most controversial dramas this year. I feel like
Imagine.
decades worth of news has happened in the past like 2 months, don't you? Every day there's like a breaking story.
Oh, is this a
of the most
sponsor?
Insane shit you've ever heard in your life. And everyone is expected to have a fully formed opinion on every single breaking story. There's pressure to react, to pick a side, to condemn, to defend. But the reality is, when a story first breaks, we're usually not seeing the full picture.
Yep,
And that's
here it
why
is.
For years now, I have been using today's
Wait. Is it ground news?
sponsor, Ground News.
Boom. We got it.
So let's quickly give them a shout out before we jump into today's video, shall we?
You'd love to jump into that
Ground
pile
News
of
is a
Kirby's?
website and an
Absolutely.
app that lets
Looks
you
pretty
see how
fun.
news stories are being covered all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and
Taking
center.
bets on the
Every
sponsor.
story comes with
I'm not a
quick
betting man.
Visual breakdown of political bias, ownership, and headlines that helps you understand the full story and really make sure you're getting both sides. They really make it fun and easy to compare headlines to see how political bias and media ownership can affect the framing of a story. For example, let's take a look at this one about how RFK admits he used to snort cocaine off toilet seats. If you look it up on
Honestly, that's pretty anodyne for a Kennedy, if you ask me.
Ground News, a right-wing headline covers it like this: RFK revealed why he wasn't scared of COVID. It was a legendary answer.
What a way to frame that.
And a left-wing outlet covers the same story like this: Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't fear germs, and his reason is really, really gross. Same story, completely different vibes. The Ground News feature I like the most is the blind spot tool.
You
It
don't
shows
hate
how news
journalists
stories have been
enough.
covered by only one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Hillary Clinton says migration has gone too far. Rare Hillary Clinton W. Suspicious.
True.
37 sources covered it. 91% of those sources were right-wing.
Hey, at least
and
CNN
only
covered it.
4% were left-wing. interesting. Or this one about how middle-class Americans are selling plasma because of financial pressure.
That's pretty
Americans
bad.
are selling their blood because they're so poor. 71% of the sources that covered this were left-wing, and only 14% were right-wing. I have been using Ground News for like 5 years now, and I am obsessed. It is one of the first apps I open when I wake up in the morning. It really helps me stay informed and helps me keep up with the news for my videos. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center recognized Ground News as an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan.
Maybe I should get Ground
and
News.
I use to access all their
I don't know.
amazing features.
Maybe the
This
sales
costs only
pitch is
like
finally working on
$5
me.
a month,
Everybody
which is the
advertises
price
this
of
place
a
and has
coffee
nothing bad to say
nowadays.
about
To
it,
get the
so
40% discount, just go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code on screen right here, or click the link in the video description down below to subscribe to their Vantage plan today. Big thanks to Ground News for sponsoring this video.
it's honestly
and
good
thank you,
tool.
the
I
viewers,
wish,
for not skipping the
I just
ad
wish we
as
didn't need it.
always.
Well, yeah, you don't hurt journalists enough.
Right. And now let's get back to the video.
I didn't skip it.
In this video,
We're
we are
good-
going to
we're
talk
good,
about
boy.
the drama surrounding Emiru, the people trying to cancel her, the mistake the left is making
I don't know if I would call the people who are trying to cancel her people, let's be honest here.
by embracing
internet
cancel
denizens.
culture again. We're gonna read some insane, hilarious tweets, of course, and then we will talk about my personal experience with these people. And what do I mean?
Oh yeah,
by
I hear that
these people? I
Shoes
mean the
experienced
heads of the
them,
cry bullies.
oof, in like a full-on
I'm sorry if I
spat
sound
with
even
them.
more like a prepubescent boy in this video. I am a little bit sick, but I am here, slaving over a hot laptop for you. If you guys
Thank
saw
you.
my last video, you know I am quite
We did.
critical of ICE. I don't think we should abolish them, of course, but I think it is good and healthy to criticize your government. I am a
100% agree.
political
I 100% agree with that.
war commentator. I talk about
I 100% agree with that too.
political topics often. People come to me to hear my political
Yes.
opinions. But not everybody wants to be a political YouTuber or streamer. And not everybody wants to listen to a
Too bad, you
political
are one now.
YouTuber or streamer. Sometimes we just want to have fun and talk about other things. There are lots of other things to talk about. Sometimes we want to look at funny memes or watch funny videos without having politics shoved down our throat. So a lot of people thought it was really refreshing when a cosplay streamer was basically like, I don't want to talk about politics. Why are you coming to me for politics?
What a brave stand that is, by the way.
It was a perfectly sane, rational opinion, so of course like half the internet had a problem with it. It's just not that hard to say f ICE. It's really not that hard to say f ICE.
Also, by the way, they are implying that she agrees with them. Isn't it kind of funny how they just assume that?
To be honest, is it so hard to just say f ICE? It's really not hard to say f ICE.
Like, they're really kind of begging the question if you sit down and think about it. Like, almost in a way trying to take her agency of her own thought away. Say what we want, otherwise we're going to cancel you.
Jesus Christ, how hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE? How hard is it to just say f ICE and move on? Oh my god. Just say f ICE. It's not hard. This is
I need you to do this for me! If I wanted to watch dummies talk about politics, I'd go scroll down Twitter for an hour. Well, you're gonna watch this dummy talk about pseudo-politics for an hour.
so hard to just say the line? Say the line! Say it! Jesus Christ, like at this point, even if Emiru did want to like abolish ICE, even if she really did think, f ICE, she shouldn't say it. Like I wouldn't say
Exactly.
it at this point because
If she doesn't want to talk about it, don't make her talk about it. If she's like, dude, I'm just here to cosplay and play video games. Okay, cool. Watch her for cosplay and to play video games. If, like, you are forcing somebody to bend to your political opinion, you are in the wrong.
this is just like, this is creepy. This is like a horde of zombies chasing after you. Hey, it's actually super easy to stream and have opinions. I'll show you. F ICE, f Donald Trump and everyone in his administration, f Elon Musk, free
Okay.
Palestine, US is on stolen
I wonder what side of the political spectrum he falls on.
land built by stolen people, Luigi did nothing wrong, abortion is healthcare, leave trans people the f alone.
Did you guys get the sense that this guy, you know, he might be a little bit on the left side of the political spectrum? I wonder what would have given that away.
These people literally just speak in bumper stickers, dude. Just like copy pasting the internet leftist starter pack. What the hell am I looking at? I hate the Reddit ass. Hey, it's super easy. It's crazy.
It's also very dismissive of Emiru as her own like agent. It's actually kind of, if you really sit down and think about it, it's really kind of misogynistic the way that he approached that. He was saying that you need to have an opinion as a woman, and if you don't have an opinion as a woman, then you're in the wrong. He really kind of mansplained that if you really sit down and think about it.
Like 1,000 years ago, this dude's ancestors were hunting mammoths. And now he's on here like, men should not be speaking like this.
I agree with most of these to an
We need
extent,
another
except
war.
Luigi,
The
crime
ones
is
that
crime.
really seemed to kick this all off was
And we are so happy that you are here because there are a lot of things in there that I disagree with, and I think that we both being civil with one another is going to help heal the way that we have discourse with one another. I'm happy that you're able to express that in my chat, honestly.
made by
In a very civil
the
way.
self-described largest female political streamer. Only because I don't stream Denims. Only because I don't stream. Anyway, I don't have any like personal beef with Denims. This isn't like an own Denims video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions on Emaru, so let's hear her out.
So, I think that if you are coming from a position where you want to, in some way, score a political point against somebody, you're already coming at it from the wrong angle because you're going to push people to your opposition by doing that. The average person, I am the radical leftist. And I think the problem is that when somebody thinks of the radical leftist, they think and associate those beliefs with the same types of people who are belligerents in society. As long as you're not a belligerent in society, I don't believe that you're a radicalist. Because you don't, at least as far as I'm aware, you're not going out of your way to tell somebody that they have to agree with you and they have to have the same opinion as you. You might believe in extremely far left ideology, which is fine. And if you genuinely believe it, you genuinely believe it. But you also agree that people have their right to their own opinions, and that if they don't agree with you, that doesn't mean they want you to die. They just want to have a different perspective for the country, the different perspective for the populace of people. And you're both working towards a better country. You're just working towards it in a different direction. These people that are the internet radical leftists don't believe that. And they think it's their job and their right to force you to believe that the way they believe. I'm very not radical, but the media wouldn't hesitate to label me as such. Well, the media in general doesn't hesitate to label anybody who is slightly to the right or to the left of the way that they believe a radical, which sucks because, people who are slightly right to moderately right and people who are slightly left to moderately left kind of get left in the middle and are called from both sides, the radical right and the radical left, because they don't agree 100% with the extremities of the belief systems, which sucks because everybody's being left behind at the sacrificial altar of the far sides.
If I'd see the day, we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. First of all, she's not fence-sitting. She's just choosing not to talk about politics. Like, in order to...
And it's funny because they use this, really charged language, because, let's see.
Female political streamer. Only because I don't stream Denims. Only because I don't stream. Anyway, I don't have any personal beef with Denims. This isn't like an
We're getting to it.
Denims
We're getting to it.
video. We used to be kind of cool years ago, but she apparently has some opinions
Come
on
on.
Emaru.
Come on.
So
Come on.
let's hear her out.
Faster.
Never thought I'd see
Right here. So never thought I'd see a day where fence sitting where we'd be fence sitting the modern Gestapo. Okay. The fact that you had to bring up this imagery already puts into perspective the problem with the way that people talk about politics. Words don't mean anything anymore. ICE is not the Gestapo. 100%. Anybody who is at least minorly historically literate would tell you the Gestapo does not exist in current year, at least in first world countries. It just doesn't. And calling it that is pushing people further away from your side because you're not using a word properly. And at worst, what's going to happen is when the Gestapo does come, if it ever does, nobody's going to believe you because the word doesn't mean anything anymore. You need to stop using these words. You need to stop devaluing words that actually mean something because somebody said something or somebody did something that you don't like.
Today, we'd be fence-sitting the modern Gestapo. First of all, she's not fence-sitting. She's just choosing not to talk about politics. Like, in order
Exactly.
to fence-sit, you actually have to say something. She didn't even say anything. Like, how do you even know what her opinion is? Second of all, modern Gestapo. Why is everything the fucking Holocaust?
Exactly.
It's totally normal to criticize ICE. It's totally understandable to have issues with the things they are doing. But modern Gestapo? Don't you guys get tired?
It's a little
of this
far.
shit? Like, don't you guys get
A bit of a
tired
reach,
like, isn't
so
this
to speak.
exhausting after a while? Everything is Nazis. Everything is the Holocaust. Everyone is Hitler. It's like nothing else bad.
These people don't realize that if half of the shit that they said was true, so like if they were half true about them being a Gestapo, I don't think that you'd be allowed to have your opinion, Miss Denims.
Had ever happened in history. Like, what did they used to compare bad things to before World War II? Oh my god, you're literally Napoleon. Also, I love this. Racist chud. Like, where did the racism part? Like, where did that come from? Listen, I don't get on camera and start talking about cars.
The fact that you would call Emiru a chud is like absolutely hilarious. Like, what
or
even?
math, or taxes, or investing, or going outside, or the plenty of other things I don't know about. I sit here and talk about the gender war and the culture war because I'm good at those things, and that's what people watch me for. That is my lane, and I stay in it. Emiru likes what she's doing. Her audience likes what she's doing. There are plenty of other channels that will regurgitate your political takes back to you. Just turn on the TV. Turn on CNN. Most people, most normal people, are sick and tired of celebrities just like spewing their political takes completely.
Well, I also think normal people are tired of hearing the people that they like to watch being told they have to profess a certain opinion. Like, it's such a bullying. Oh my god, it is so. But I am flabbergasted. I am actually at a loss of words. The entitlement that you have to be able to tell somebody that you have to say something. Like, no, sorry, I don't have to say shit. I can say whatever the hell I want. You don't get to tell me what I get to say. You don't get to tell me what to think. Also, that sounds incredibly, like, it just sounds incredibly authoritarian at the end of the day. Remember, the people who are very much against authoritarianism use the most authoritarian tactics in order to achieve their worldview, which is ironic on its face, hilarious when you think about it, but kind of sad when you look towards the future.
Completely unprompted. I don't care what Glub Shido thinks of politics, okay? Why does Glub Shido have to get on stage and start talking about how we're on stolen land or some shit? Why do you need your political opinions thrown up into your mouth by a celebrity like a fucking baby
Imagine.
bird? Like, do you really want Sydney Sweeney throwing up in your mouth?
And like I said, Shu and I don't agree on a lot of things. I'm going to put it out there. I 100% know that Shu and I don't agree on a lot of things. But the things that we do agree on, I can 100% guarantee you, it's the right call. You're not, if you don't want to talk about politics, you don't have to.
Don't answer that. Don't answer that. Please don't answer that.
She's right when she says most streamers are not qualified to talk about politics. Okay, here's the thing, dude.
If she actually said that, that is an incredibly based opinion. I think that's 100% true. I think that if 90% of the people who were talking about politics stopped talking about politics, we'd live in a better world.
You actually don't have
Looking at the current screen right now.
to be qualified to talk about politics to say ICE. It's not that hard of a concept.
You actually don't have to know what you're talking about in order to just say the line. What? You should look into a topic, do your own research, come to your own conclusion, and form
Don't think about it. Just say what I tell you to say.
your own opinion on the topic. You should not just blindly, mindlessly say the line.
You know who doesn't do political content? Cutie Cinderella. Cutie Cinderella
Okay,
literally
and?
never does political content. And
And?
even she's capable of saying ICE.
Okay, and?
What about Cinna? You don't have to be a political creator to recognize that it's not hard.
Okay, so Emiru, you need to be like Cutie Cinderella. Okay, Emiru, you need to be like this other person that I mentioned.
Hard to say ICE.
You don't have to be a political content creator to say the line. All your other friends are saying the line, Emiru. Why aren't you saying the line, Emiru?
Exactly.
L-ICE. Okay, but unironically though, them. Straight up.
Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, it's them, don't care, and if you don't like that I say that, it's you too. You know what
Okay.
I mean? It's really
I'm sure you gained subscribers from that, by the way.
that easy for me, I'm telling you right now.
I'm sure you gained
There's
viewers from that.
Emiru's roommate saying the line. Aren't we all proud of her? By the way, where are all her friends during all of this? Where are all her morally righteous, good guy, big streamer friends while this is all going down? While she's being dragged by half of the internet for doing absolutely nothing wrong. This girl who literally just came out of an allegedly abusive relationship. This girl who literally just got assaulted,
Oh, yeah.
grabbed by some freak at a convention.
By the way,
now
this was insane. The way that they fucking just let that happen. I can't believe they didn't let her. So the deep lore on this is they didn't let her security detail go into TwitchCon because they just didn't want her security there. And they didn't give her security, and somebody walked up and basically assaulted her live on camera. It wasn't like, so obviously all assaults are bad, but it wasn't like the guy groped her or anything like that. I think he just went in for like a quick kiss, which again, of course, not diminishing the fact that it's bad, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been, which every day, thank you that it wasn't as bad as it could have been. However, Twitch let this happen. Come on, guys.
this girl is going through all of this. I guess it's fine to be silent when your friend is getting dragged by half of the internet, but don't you dare stay silent about current thing. I don't even know this woman, and I am sticking my neck out for her because it pisses me off seeing this kind of shit happen to people who absolutely
it's
do
awful.
not deserve it.
If you're above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your fucking country. You don't get to be.
Okay. Denomans is correct about this. If you are above the age of 18, you should care about politics in your country. However, if you are above the age of 18 and you say, I don't want to care about politics, you have every right to ignore it. You are not forced to care about it. We're using the operant verb should, not must. I have no clue why any female, hell, any creator, period, would ever go to TwitchCon event after that gross display of negligence. I think you're very much right. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people wanting to show up at the next TwitchCon if they remember what happened.
Like, well, I don't agree with this whole taxes thing, so I'm just not going to pay for it. You can't.
Okay, but like that's not politics. That's something that the government can impose upon you because the government has a monopoly on force, you dense idiot.
Can't say like, well, I'm just not going to care about all this politics stuff.
When someone doesn't have an opinion on a political topic, people like you might get a little mad. When someone doesn't pay their taxes, the government comes and arrests them.
Imagine.
Okay, so that's the difference between those things.
There's this weird
And not only that, but you pay attention to politics to change your tax rate. You don't just not pay taxes. These two things are not similar.
Yeah, in America especially, where like you can just be an adult and be like, oh, I don't care about politics.
Which is everybody's right to do.
What?
Many people, most people, do not care that much about politics. I know to you and me that—
Yeah, most people come back every 4 years when it's time to vote for the candidate, what was it, red flavored Kool-Aid or blue flavored Kool-Aid?
It's like mind-blowing, that's like unfathomable, because our whole life is politics, our job is politics, like I get it. But most people's lives do not revolve around politics.
Exactly.
They do other things other than fight with strangers online. Crazy, I know. But man, do I envy them. I was so much happier before I knew. Sadly, it is getting harder and harder for the average person to not care about politics because politics is—
I was so much happier before I started my journey down my my political stuff that I watch and stuff like that. Mostly because you look at all of the people who are voting and all of the people who have an opinion and you just get disenchanted with the entire system.
Seeping into literally everything. Politics will be bending you over
On
and
both
spreading your
sides.
cheeks and going in dry whether you want it or not. And unfortunately, the people who are like, I just want to be left alone, are the people who are the most fucked by politics.
Oh,
Also,
absolutely.
more importantly, Emeru wasn't saying that she doesn't care about politics. She was saying she didn't want to talk about politics. I feel like that is a huge difference.
I think that's like even a wise choice too, because she doesn't want to invite in all the crazy people who do weird things. Like, I mean, we just saw it literally today where somebody had to come in and say something in chat about the State of the Union, since I'm going to be watching the State of the Union. And it's just like, why? Like, you don't have to say something. You don't have to talk about it. If you don't like it, then don't pay attention to it.
A lot about like
Honestly, proving that point in real time is really funny.
skincare, but I don't get on here and talk about like peptides and collagen to my audience because they don't give a shit. They're here to watch me say feminism is doo-doo and make silly little faces at the camera. Yeah, you like that shit? I hate when
Interesting.
grown women don't have a mind of their own. You are 28 years old. Please.
Hold up.
I hate when
grown women don't have a mind of their own. Okay, you hate when grown women don't think in the same way that you do, so it's your job to tell them that they are not thinking correctly. Got it.
grown women don't have a mind of their own. You are 28 years
You're 28-year-old. Please develop a mind of your own, implying that she has no mind of her own.
old. Please develop a mind of your own. All she does is pander to anime gooner
Interesting. Imagine.
men. No mind of her own. I never liked Emaru, so finding out she's stupid and doesn't have a mind of her own is nice.
Imagine having to have such a pathetic life that you have to go online and say something about that about somebody you don't know.
Audacity! If she didn't have a mind of her own, she would have mindlessly parroted the shit you want her to say. She would have mindlessly
That's true.
just been like,
It's very
"Fuck
true.
Ice." If Emaru came out and was like, actually, I think Ice is doing a fine job, do you think they'd be like, ah yes, she has a mind of her own? No, absolutely not! They are not angry that she doesn't have an opinion, they are angry that she doesn't have their opinion. The
Yep. And because she doesn't have their opinion, she's got to know that she's wrong.
absolute audacity to say that this woman doesn't have a mind of her own while thousands of you people swarm her like drones, barking orders at her to say the line. You guys literally operate like the fucking Borg. So what I'm gathering is that Emaru is a grown woman who acts like a frail, silly little girl to entertain fat, dirty incel Asian fetisher weirdos and is okay with that but draws the line at saying Ice is
We're okay with women who want to do work like this until they disagree with us, and then we're going to hold it against her that she does, work that specializes in making sure that men are pleased, let's put it that way, so that we can get our own political point across. Very odd how they would say two things and mean two different things at the same time, or say one thing and mean two different things at the same time.
bad. Emaru and Asmon's audience are the same. Incels love Emaru because she confirms the image of the anime bimbo stereotype that incels worship. She definitely
Absolutely.
cultivated an
That's absolutely what it is, right?
audience who, in the end of all things, are reactionary. She appeals to violent racists who fetishize Asian women. What
Really? Is that true? You're telling me that that's not true, right?
the fuck is this Asian fetish
My
thing? Are
God.
they just saying this because she's fucking Asian? Like, I'm
Probably.
trying to find a clip of Emaru saying sucky
Remember, these people would probably identify as very anti-racist, but yet they say the most heinous racist shit on the face of the planet.
sucky $5 or something, but it doesn't exist. I don't know what to tell you, man. It's not a coincidence that she answered the question this way, and that her fan base consists heavily on Asian fetishes. I don't know where this is coming from, and the woman saying this
Man.
is literally an OnlyFans, like an Asian OnlyFans model. Like, I'm sorry, are you really the person to be talking about fetishization here? The most insane part of all
I mean, to be fair, probably, actually.
this had to be when her ex-boyfriend, her allegedly abusive ex-boyfriend, posted his own Ice in the middle of his
Jesus Christ.
ex-girlfriend.
We're not even going to get into that. That's a level of drama that I don't even care about.
petty do you have to be to subtweet your ex like that? Another character involved in all this is former booby streamer Casey Tron.
Oh boy.
Whenever Amarath started wearing a cowboy hat, because that's whenever she started going like full Nazi, basically.
Okay.
She started wearing the cowboy hat. It's like whenever these Texas girls in like these Austin, Texas streamer circles start wearing cowboy hats, that's whenever you gotta watch out.
Was there an intelligible point there?
Woman in Texas wearing a cowboy hat? Lord, take me out. Take me out back behind the shed. Put me out of my misery if I ever become this politically brain rotted. Holy shit.
Like, you know that she probably has like weird incels donating her hundreds of dollars. It's because like in my
Well, yeah, probably, but it's probably got nothing to do with her opinion.
opinion, like it's all a facade to appeal to the worst type of men. Because like really
She was also
misogynistic
wearing that hat because she was playing Red Dead Redemption, by the way. Imagine. There could be no other reason except she's trying to appeal to whatever ist-phobe that you dislike on the current day.
shitty incel like men, they like a woman that doesn't have any opinions. I think that she also plays into how
They
a
like
lot
a
of
woman.
incels
They like a woman who doesn't have any opinions. No, I think they just like the content that that person
will
produces.
fetishize Asian women. Her whole platform is just like appealing to like the worst fucking men. She's like basically like she's like a pick-me for like incel freaks.
Oh, so now she's a pick-me.
So this fucking pick-me shit, dude. It's gonna be the death of me. Before making this video, I watched a bunch of Emaru stuff, and I saw no signs of like pick-me behavior at all. At least with some streamers or some YouTubers. People could be like, oh, they criticize women, so they're trying to be like one of the good ones, and they're a pick-me. Like, okay, sure, like, that's retarded. We all know that's retarded. But at least I can like kind of see how is Emaru a pick-me? She doesn't even do
Completely apolitical, completely asexual in her content. I mean, maybe there might be a little bit, but that's not the appeal of her content. She's just a gamer, she does cosplay, and that's it. And now we have a problem with it.
do that shit. Like, where is the pick-me thing coming from? No, really though, what makes her a pick-me and not the
She's not even
streamer
parasocial.
or OnlyFans models calling her a pick-me? You are
As far as I'm
literally
aware.
selling your body for men to consume. If men do not pick pictures of your ass, you can't pay rent. There's
Oof.
no bigger pick-me on earth than a fucking porn star. And me.
That's
I
fair.
don't care about being called a pick-me. I've been doing this for over a decade now. I'm used to it. I've been called it thousands.
Well, you know, the difference between you and them is even though you try to be a pick-me or quote, you are being called a pick-me and you might not be trying it, whatever. You're married. And as far as I'm aware, you also have children on the way or already had a child. I don't remember. I don't really follow that close, but you're doing a really bad job at being a pick-me if you're already married. Let's be honest.
Of times. I'm a 35-year-old married mother. I do not give a shit. I do care,
Boom.
however, when other women are called pick-me for the crime of not following a hive mind. I see it so often in like the VTuber community. Like all these VTuber anime women will be called pick-me's for just saying their opinions.
By the way, every single one of them that has an opinion that's right or even like center of center.
You have to understand, like, to these people, whenever a woman has, like, an opinion that is not, like, the corporate HR-approved opinion of the week, whenever a woman doesn't toe the line of the current thing, in this case, whenever a woman doesn't say anything, she's called a pick-me. You know, she just must have these opinions for men. No other reason. Every woman is secretly a big, progressive feminist. And if they're not, they're just doing it for male attention. Because I'm sure someone who looks like
Because we're 100% sure that they have to agree with us.
this is really starving for male attention.
And then in my opinion, it's like she's not entertaining whatsoever. She's
Sure, thank you. Was it this Denims? No, this isn't Denims. Is it Denim? I don't know. I think it's Casey Tron. Whoever it is, thank you for your opinion.
like, I would literally rather watch paint dry.
So true.
Thank you
because
for your
know it is
opinion.
Far more entertaining than a cute.
And you want to know what? I'm going to bet you that the amount of people in her audience above the amount of audience that you have would also rather watch paint dry than watching her. Oh, wait, no, actually, we have numbers to prove that.
High energy cosplay streamer reacting to memes. This is way more entertaining. And if you don't agree, you're just like an incel.
Yeah, man.
Okay, bitch.
If you want to call me an incel, sure. I'll be your incel. I don't care.
Eventually, after a few days of being dogpiled
It
by the
doesn't
most
matter to me.
annoying people on Earth, Emaru came out with a statement.
Hello, it's very rare I will speak.
Word doesn't
online,
mean
but
anything
I'd rather
anymore.
get my thoughts out there, so apologies if this is long. There's a clip from my stream that's been circulating a lot, so I'd like to explain it for anyone who was hurt or shocked by it.
By the way, she never has to do this. She should never apologize for not wanting to talk about
Go
politics.
without saying that no one deserves to live their life in fear of being killed or taken away from their homes or families, regardless of who is doing it, but especially not because of ICE or any other government agency. I understand the world is a very cruel and messed up place. You don't have to study politics or actively read the news to know that. I would never want to invalidate anyone who struggles with those things, and an agency causing fear and suffering deserves zero support. To me, that's not even political, it's basic human empathy.
Now,
Okay.
I thought that statement was perfectly fine. My issue with
Sure.
it is she didn't have to make it.
Exactly.
She was basically forced to come out and say her opinion. So did these freaks finally back off?
Absolutely not.
Made her
I 100% agree that they doubled the fuck down.
about ICE clear? No, of course not.
Nazi response. TLDR, go f yourself in your PR apology. And there it is. Of
This is why you never apologize to these people. It is never enough.
fucking course she's another dumb cunt. Girl, we are not as dumb as you look. And there it is.
Wow, isn't that pretty gendered language right there coming from somebody who's apparently on the side of, you know, not being offensive?
Fucking course she's another dumb Girl, we are not as dumb as you look. You're still
No, I bet you're about as dumb as you look.
a racist chud, but continue to enjoy the money you get from
You're still a racist chud. Okay.
incel audience because they're disgusting, just like you. All I hear is I support Israel and my name is Emerald.
And there it is. Here we're back at the country of unspecified origin.
Wait, what? Where the f did Israel come from?
It had to come up once.
Politics equals I'm a Nazi and I'm ashamed of my opinions.
Ah, right. That's the only reason. That's the only reason it could be.
Everyone knows what's up. She's a fascist in disguise and is squirming. Emerald.
Another word that doesn't, you know, I need to get my whiteboard out. I need to put that down as a word that doesn't mean anything anymore.
Garbage Nazi loving. You got orange around your mouth. Say F you, Asmongold. If you're neutral. Oh wait.
Oh, and we gotta pull up the Cockroach King himself. Remember, we gotta make sure, and also we gotta say that he's a MAGA type. Yeah, because he's totally a MAGA type.
If you're neutral, you might as well say you're MAGA. Stand for something, ho.
Oh wow, so now you're saying that if you don't stand for anything, you're MAGA. So if you believe in MAGA, you're MAGA. If you don't believe in anything, you're MAGA. If you don't stand for anything, you're MAGA. And if you stand for anything that I'm literally against, you're MAGA. Huh.
That's what Trump wants, for everyone to be quiet about it. The idea of get off the internet is so fucking ignorant. This dumb cunt needs to shut her
You need to get off the internet, because you're trying to tell somebody that they must have an opinion.
mouth. Thank God her downfall is happening. I've been hating on her since day one and knew something was off about her.
Okay, so opinion disregarded.
Not a
Got
good
it.
Statement. She implicitly disavowed ICE, but not so much the actual Trump admin.
Yeah, you disavowed ICE, but what about the whole Trump administration? They're like literally the mouse from If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. I was like reading that book to my toddler the other day and I was like,
Gee
oh my
whiz.
God, this is literally Twitter. You cannot give them an inch, dude.
Of course are incel fans swooping in to protect the poor little 28-year-old.
Ah yes, incels.
Oh, Jesus,
known for
dude.
defending women online. What? What the f does the word incel even mean anymore?
Nothing.
Does it just mean man now?
It means person that I don't like and don't agree with.
It just means man. Man I do not like.
I had no idea this was a thing until yesterday. How come no one told me Emeru low-key a femcel?
Yes, because she's totally a femcel after having come off a relationship.
Femcel! Emeru's a femcel! Oh my do people just not know what words mean anymore?
No. No, they don't. People don't know what words mean. Words are hard. And it actually sets me off a wall.
How are they coming to these conclusions?
I mean, have you looked at her? I mean, look at her. Look at her. Just look at her.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ,
Sorry, I
dude.
don't see it. I think you guys just might be mentally ill.
We need to do something
Take
about
your
these
meds.
male-centered women.
Okay, first of all, nothing is more male-centered than centering your life around hating men. Men
And nothing's also more male-centered than telling women that they have to think in a certain way.
just live rent-free in your fucking head. Take it up with God. Go to therapy. Do literally anything else than make it our problem.
Fuck her, and especially fuck her bestie Asmongold.
What do you think that the population of these people who are talking to her are primarily men? I'm going to guess that it's probably about an 80-20 split about that it's left-leaning men that are the ones that are telling her what to do.
I hope they get Kirk.
Food for thought.
30-year-old woman too scared to say fuck ICE to keep her incel audience happy. Let's hope she gets abused again. Couldn't happen to a better.
Let's hope she gets abused again. Creating a permission structure around sexual abuse. Isn't that pretty funny? You know, I know probably a lot of people here probably don't listen to Kirsha, but Kirsha has a saying where it's like, these people want you and your family killed, raped, and brainwashed. Want you killed, your family raped, and your children brainwashed. And you want to know what? If these people had power, they totally would do it.
Person. Next time this cunt is assaulted, I'm gonna laugh and laugh. Fuck her and fuck ICE.
They're literally telling you what's on their mind. They're telling you.
And fuck you if you support this cunt. Emerald deserved what Miskiff did to her. Fuck Emaru for supporting ICE. I genuinely hope this bitch gets. Oh, okay. I reported that one.
Yeah, you
Holy
like, come
shit.
on.
What is wrong with these people?
See, you don't understand. I'm good guy, which makes it okay for me to say fucked up things about bad guy. You think saying
Yep.
that to someone is fucked up? Well, you should be abused too, because you're probably also bad guy. It's called being on the right side of history, Chud.
Oh, Jesus.
Look it up.
Nazis deserve
I-
death. And
I hate the right side of history argument because the only right side of history is 30 years in the future when the person who won is writing it. There is no right side of history. It is only what happened. Also, isn't it funny how we go from, you know, Nazis are bad. Everybody can agree with. Nazis should be punched. Well, that's assault. So let's go ahead and take a step back and then calling somebody a Nazi. They're directly calling for you to be punched or any other type of thing by calling you a Nazi.
silence is compliance.
May I just remind the audience that this is what she said.
If you need a streamer who doesn't even know anything about politics to tell you about politics, you probably just need to get off the internet.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow, imagine.
a Nazi that deserves death. What?
After making her terrible statement full of lies, Emaru decided to follow right-wing grifter Shoeonhead. Of course, Emaru is now following a fellow
Shoeonhead is a right-wing grifter, by the way, boys.
pathetic pig
Huh.
for being quiet about ICE. They both don't want to piss off their 100% right-wing Gooner fan base.
For the record, my fan base is probably like 70% right wing and 80% Gooner. Okay.
Which should say something because right-wing people are watching somebody who is professed to be on the left wing of things. You would think that that wouldn't be the case.
But for some reason, they didn't mind when I came out and harshly criticized ICE in my last.
Exactly. I think that it's valuable. It's a valuable perspective. Whether or not I agree or disagree with ICE is immaterial. Your opinion's still valid and you put it in such a way that isn't immediately coming at people. Wow, isn't it fucking fantastic how somebody who disagrees with you when you have an opinion that is in opposition, but you put it in a way that isn't immediately calling me a bad person? I listen to you. Holy shit, boys. I think we've cracked the Da Vinci Code.
Video. Yes, some disagreed, but for the most part, they didn't care. As long as you aren't preaching from an ivory tower with no nuance, rhyme, or reason, people don't care. I'll say some shit like, we should decommodify housing, and the right-wingers in my audience are just like, okay,
Yeah,
mommy,
okay.
mommy. These people cannot fathom a universe where people just disagree. Oh, you're just scared. You don't want to upset your chud audience. I upset my chud audience every goddamn day. You're the ones
Yes. Yes, you do, but you do it in such a way that is not inflammatory.
terrified of your own fucking cult. God forbid you only agree with 99% of the hive mind approved opinions. God have mercy on your soul. I do not envy you. Once you bend the knee to these people, once you apologize or capitulate, it's over. These people don't actually want an apology. They want to humiliate you. They want to drag you down. At the end of the day, they have
They
found
want
a
worse,
socially acceptable way
because
to
they
bully
told you.
That's what this is. A lot of people in response to Emaru's statement were like, why did you apologize to the mob? You know, you bent the knee, you're a coward. And honestly, people don't realize how insane it can get. These people,
I can imagine.
the cult of the cry bully, they come in swarms, they get in your head, they prey on your empathy, they isolate you from your friends, they make you feel like a terrible person for having milquetoast normal ass opinions, or in this case, no opinion. And
I honestly wish that there was a system that we could just utilize to ban them from the internet. Because they're not helpful, and B, they are actively destructive. I think they've caused irreparable damage to the way that people have discourse, especially in real life. I think a lot of it's been linking into the way that we talk to each other in real life. And it really shows, and it's exhausting.
when you are someone who is not used to dealing with these types of people, or you are someone in like a vulnerable state of mind, it is very easy
Like,
for
I
you-
guess, just for perspective, I literally watched a police body cam today of some woman who assaulted some 72-year-old man in a dog park for wearing a MAGA hat. Like, you should not be able to do that. If, like, somebody were wearing a hat or MAGA hat that you're just like, oh, I don't like that, the only thing that you should do is, well, I'm just going to pass them on the other side of the street, who cares? The fact that you felt the need that you had to assault them really shows the state of where we're at.
Cult-like tactics to work. This shit works especially well with women in particular, not to be sexist, but it's just true. Honestly, you know, now that I think about it, the only people who are immune to this are like autistic people. I swear to God, people on the spectrum are immune to the cry bully tactics.
Yeah, because they don't care.
Emeru just saw like a shit ton of people who were mad at her, and she wanted to do the correct thing. Unfortunately, this is just gonna make it worse.
Yep.
And they're moving on to one of their favorite tactics.
Continuing to bully you.
In everyone's mind is, well, are you still friends with Asmongold?
While it is appreciated,
Are you still friends with Asmongold? Imagine that being their litmus test.
that you are
You're friends with somebody that I don't like. That means you're bad too.
taking a stand and clarifying the clip, you do continue to be vague about how deep your associations with Asmon are.
Well, he's our boss.
So hopefully you've cut ties with that hate-mongering Nazi troll Asmon, right?
Yeah, you know, because A, he's your boss, and B, honestly, he's really not that bad of a guy if you really sit down and really dissect his opinions. You might not like the way that he professes them. You may not like him in general. You might not like the opinions that he has. It's totally fine. But that doesn't mean that you have the right to take away somebody's friend over what you believe to be somebody's opinion.
Right? Glad you made this and owned up to it, but you're still friends with Asmongold, so it doesn't read as earnest.
It's never enough.
Almost a decent explanation, but the elephant in the room is that your friendship with Asmongold is holding this back from seeming sincere.
Jesus
okay,
Christ, dude.
Now, what about your best friend Asmongold? Denounce Asmon or I'm not taking this seriously. You're friends with Assmold. Assmold?
I'm pretty sure she's still friends with Asmongold.
Now, whatever
Oh, thank you, Hassan, for your brilliant opinion.
you think of Asmongold, he is friends with Emeru. They are friends, even though they disagree with each other. Crazy, right?
I literally said, like, I don't agree with the things he says. Like, what do y'all want me to do?
Yeah, right. Nothing. Don't do anything. Tell them to fuck off. Just, this'll all go away if you just said, hey, fuck off.
Like, fucking shoot him on stream?
Yes, that is what they want you to do.
Actually,
Yes.
yeah.
Around
Yeah.
2018, I was facing nearly daily harassment for being friends with someone who was on the right.
Imagine.
Hundreds of people were on my ass like every day. They were calling my
And from what political persuasion were they?
job. They got emails of my family members. It was like non-stop. Now, this person was a good friend of mine, but in order to get all these people off my back, I did probably the cringiest
Don't tell me that you cut ties.
thing ever, and I publicly disavowed
Oh! That's rough.
publicly disavowed a friend of mine over political differences. Now, for those of you who are new here, that sounds like something I would never do, but I did it. I bent the knee to a faceless mob of people who hate me.
That's so
and
sad.
In return, I received nothing. The harassment didn't stop, the hate didn't stop.
Yep.
Well, needless to say, karma is real, and the same thing happened to me years later. I
Yep.
was publicly disavowed by friends over political differences. This story ultimately does have a good ending. Me and my friend from 2018, we made up years ago, but looking back on all this in 2026 is extremely embarrassing. And if I knew what I knew now, I would have just told those people to go fuck themselves.
Boom. There it is. You tell them just to fuck right the hell off. Fuck you. Fuck your political opinion. I don't care. If you're telling me what to think, I'm immediately putting you in the bin of I don't want to talk to you anymore.
But in the moment, it's incredibly stressful, and you just kind of want it all to stop. And you will do whatever you can to make it stop. So I understand why Emeru came out and made a statement. I just really hope
Yeah,
she
'cause she
doesn't
was-
wind
felt
up
like she was forced to.
disavowing friends over political differences like I did. It was a huge mistake, and it is not worth it. Because you are going to find yourself surrounded by people who see you
And
as
you want to know what the best part about this is? I'm going to bet you that all of this controversy that these people are engineering on her are turning her very slowly, but forcefully, to their opposition.
a temporary ally.
Because the opposition's like, hey, why don't you come in here and have a beer with us? Oh yeah, those people, yeah, they're really shitting on you, but you know, we're not going to do that.
And not a real friend. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a never apologize person. You should apologize if you actually do something wrong, if you
Sure.
actually wronged someone. But you shouldn't apologize to like a nebulous, faceless mob of people while facing down a barrel of a gun. There is nothing that she could say and no amount of money she could donate that could convince me she's not a soulless ghoul like all the men she's happily surrounded herself with.
Sure,
for
man.
years. There is nothing you could
Thank you,
ever
Casey
do
Tron.
to please these people so why bother? They will not be happy until you kill yourself, and even then they will dance on your grave. I
And
know,
piss
like,
on
with
it, too.
everything going on right now, like, is this really a video about cancel culture?
And we have seen that ubiquitously throughout history, which we can start with. We'll just start with Rush Limbaugh. The way that they acted when he died was so out of pocket. I can't believe more people weren't calling them out for it. And every single, I would say, like minorly conservative figure that has died since then, it has been a cavalcade of dancing on their grave. Now, not to say that the right doesn't do it too, but the more louder voices are the ones on the left.
in 2026, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. First of all, you should expect that. You clicked on a shoe on a head video. But second of all, yeah, I feel like this is kind of important to talk about. I feel like this type of thing is part of the reason we are where we are right now.
Absolutely.
This type of stuff drives people away from the left. And more importantly than that, it's just evil. I saw some leftists covering Emeru being canceled, and they were like, the cultural shift is here. Woke 2.0, we don't play around. We're mean
Dark
now.
Brandon.
Woke 2.0? Because Woke 1.0 worked out so well for you guys in the country, right?
Yeah, you know, by a 53% margin.
You're supposed to learn from your mistakes, not double down and get worse. I don't know how you can look at the last 10 years and be like, we have got to get more annoying. Like, what are you doing? Attacking normie streamers for not wanting to be involved in political discourse? Also, I feel like this goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I'm not smearing, like, the left as a whole, okay? This isn't fucking Fox News. This isn't the Nuxanor channel. I'm well aware there are plenty of left-wing people, especially in my audience, who feel the same way I do. I'm talking about a certain faction of the mostly online left. I was about to say it's like a loud minority, but I don't even think it's a minority anymore. I think it's like a majority. Like, I feel like I'm one of the only ones, like, holding down the fort. Like, me.
You are. You are one of the only ones that is holding down rationality in the left side of the party, at least in the American party for now. And you will be castigated and thrown out and only accepted by your opposition because they enjoy hearing the oppositional arguments, so to speak, as demonstrated by you professing 70% of your audience is right-leaning. With that, I hope to Godspeed that you're able to contribute to the moderation of your party, but I doubt that it's coming.
Anna Kasparian. And every day I'm called a right-wing grifter for being like, hey, maybe we can focus on the issues that
You are the new right.
The working class, you know, things that actually help people, not stupid fucking shit like going after e-girl cosplay streamers. Like, can we just get back to the fact that we are all being ruled by satanic billionaire pedophiles who may or may not be eating children, please? Thank you. In conclusion, Emeru did nothing wrong. People are tired of having politics shoved down their throats.
Yep.
And you don't need to speak about things you don't want to speak about.
Exactly.
You don't have to do that. You don't have to say the line, actually. This is mass psychosis, rivaling on 2020. These people are trying to socially ostracize this woman for not putting like a black square on her Instagram. They're just mad at Emeru for not doing like the ice bucket challenge or some shit. Like that's basically what is happening here. If you are going to streamers for political information, you are cooked. If you are going to Shoe on Head for political information, you are deep fried. So that was that little video. If you liked my yapping, please subscribe. And if you can,
Already ahead of you.
down below it.
I'm not ahead of you on that one. I don't have enough money to donate to you,
And
but I will give you this
see
like.
guys very soon with a new video.
Oh, good. When's the VTuber video coming out, Shu? When's the VTuber video coming out? I know there's a lot of people waiting for it. You've been teasing it for half a fucking year. Anyway, that aside, it is so unfortunate what has happened to Emeru. It is... I can't believe that people would be this toxic to somebody just over having the opinion, I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I can because it's current year. But I'm going to say that I can't believe it for hyperbole's sake. Ugh. Honestly, it makes me angry. It really makes me angry that, like, people are required to have an opinion. I just wish that we could go back to a time where everybody every 4 years had vicious opinions and then that's about it. All right. Moving on to more gaming industry news. We're going to be talking about in this one, in Legendary Drops. What are we talking about actually?
Yes,
Yeah. You know, I think this is again about Xbox. We'll find out. But first, I have to go to the bathroom. So give me like 5 minutes. Maybe less. Bye. Oh, you're gonna head out now? Have a good rest of the stream? Okay, have a good one. Sorry you kind of caught me when I was going to the bathroom. Bye-bye. All right. Let's see what you've got for us.
Ring, ring, ring. Yes, hello. Microsoft speaking. What's that? Just give the players what they're asking for? No. We hate money. What am I supposed to say about Xbox?
That it is a dogshit company ran by another more parent dogshit company that is now going down the tubes.
You know, when you think things get worse, they always just seem to find a way. I've always said that Microsoft is just a plague inside the games industry, honestly, any industry that they dwell in, where they're just slowly but surely consuming everything in their path, ruining franchises in studios.
Inexorably leading towards the degrading of their own product.
Those all while trying to find more ways to make you pay and also keep you within their ecosystem. It's working. Not in the sense that Xbox is working. That's definitely not working. But working in a sense that they are dragging the industry, kicking and screaming towards a future none of us want.
Yep.
Xbox is a console brand. That's done. That's been done. It's been done for like 20 years at this point. It's all but dead. Collapsing sales, games that nobody seems to care about, and they have about as many wins
and
as
nobody's
hockey
playing.
Players have teeth. So you would think at some point these guys would be like, we got to do something different. We got to change things. Well, they
no, keep pumping Xbox Pass and keep making sure that we're making dog shit sub-quality games.
did. Just not in the way that anybody would want them to. You guys somehow missed the
Pump
news.
those numbers.
Phil Spencer is now out as CEO, and they have replaced him with somebody who has no experience in gaming. No, instead they come from AI, from marketing, from digital grocery stores, all things that we find very essential in the games industry. Let me tell
I'm
you
sure that will have no negative
Now, if you
impact
guys
on
actually
their
think that
product in the
this is
future.
Microsoft doing this for no reason. Wait till you see what they have in store. It is far more insidious than you could possibly ask for. This company does not care about games. They don't care about the hobby. They don't care about their own customers. The only thing that they want to do is remove your sense of ownership, make you live inside AI, push you through a subscription treadmill, and feed you more ads than you will ever play video games. And it
You know
all starts-
what? I'm gonna bet you next year we're gonna start seeing ads inside of Xbox. Was it X Pass or Games Pass? There it is. I'm gonna bet you we're gonna start seeing ads inside of Game Pass games. I am going to guarantee that that is the case.
with this new CEO. Goodbye, Xbox. Hello, Microsoft Gaming.
And we're all going to be worse for it.
Apple was dying. After just a few years of failed products and half-baked projects, they had no identity, no direction, and the rest of the world had basically written them off. They decided that it was over, but then the company went and they did something desperate. They brought back the guy they fired. Apple buys Next, which was Steve Jobs' software company, just to get him back in the building. And once he's in, he takes a machete to the place. He slashes their entire product lines, kills entire projects, and on his way back to being CEO,
Everything must go.
100 people. Brutal, focused, and filled with conviction. After just a few years, Apple was a juggernaut. The iMac, then the iPod, then the iPhone, all these revolutionary products that were made with the user
Yep.
in mind. These guys save themselves by narrowing their vision and putting a product-obsessed psycho at the top that only cared about what products felt like
And why was that? It's because he was the one who created the company. Wow, imagine.
to customers. I'm telling you this right now because in business school, they taught this like it was the alphabet. When a company is headed off a cliff, the first thing they look to change is the CEO. And almost every single CEO hire ends up falling into the same archetype: the fixer, the culture builder, the veteran, or the product visionary like Steve Jobs.
Sure.
You can watch this play out basically across every single industry forever. So I expected to see the same thing from Xbox because, I mean, look at where these guys are right now. They close more studios than games they release. They put ads on the home screen of the console that you pay for. They
put ads on the home screen of the
close
console.
more
I
studios
want to
than
look
games
at
they
this.
release. They put ads on the
Browse the store for games. Are they advertise? At least they're advertising games, it looks like, right? Personal, you'll soon be able to see personalized ads on your Xbox dashboard. Oh my god. Are we real right now?
home screen of the console that you pay for. They are pushing ads through xCloud. They've rapidly increased the prices of Game Pass.
Jesus.
Last hike was a 50% jump, and it pushed subscribers to cancel at such a volume that it actually crashed their own subscription website. Xbox console sales are at a historic 12-year low, all pushed by some of the worst marketing that I've ever seen in my life. Everything is an Xbox, which
You know, I
blurs
haven't
the
even
idea of what an
I haven't even seen an advertisement for the Xbox console. Like have they actually been advertising?
Xbox even is, to the point that over the holidays they were outsold by a bootleg Connect for 5-year-olds. Their crown jewel
my
in Call
God.
of Duty just had one of its worst years in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, Black
Nearly
Ops was
every
awful.
single Xbox release that we have seen published by their platform since Starfield has barely gotten noticed. Avowed, Towerborn, Outer Worlds 2, Gears of War Reloaded, Doom the Dark
Wait.
Ages
We're getting hit with a bunch
has
of
barely
graphs
gotten noticed.
right
Avowed,
after another. I have never heard of Towerborn. What the hell is Towerborn?
Towerborn,
Outer Worlds 2? Yep, checks out. That's definitely a bad graph.
Worlds 2, Gears of
That's surprising that Gears of War Reloaded only peaked at 4,000 players.
War Reloaded, Doom the Dark Ages. These releases have been
Might be
so
better on
lackluster or
Xbox, but I'm not
completely off
sure.
the mark that barely
And also Doom the Dark Ages was pretty bad.
anybody has any real faith in what's coming next. When you see a brand that is falling off
This is a Riot game, by the way, Valorant.
this hard, this fast, something has to change. Something has to be done. Something has to give. You need the fixer. You need the product visionary. You need
Originally
somebody
a
that can
PC
come in,
game.
disrupt this direction, and force a turn.
To be fair, I don't get console
More
ads
than
really. Yeah, I
anything,
don't
you
really
need a
get that
change
many
that
either.
will affect your customers.
But
Something
like
that's
that's what
going
I'm
to build
saying. I'm
confidence
surprised
and
because I used to get
curiosity. And Microsoft,
actually I get a
well,
lot for PlayStation
they just
half the
went and did
time.
the opposite.
Or at least PlayStation
And that was
products.
just a few days ago, after 17 years with Xbox and nearly
And I'm not
3
even a
decades with
PlayStation
Microsoft,
sole
Phil
type of guy.
Spencer has officially retired, and his once thought replacement, the president of Xbox, Sarah Bond, has seemingly been pushed out the door soon after the announcement.
Yep, she was.
Konnichiwa, Mini-san. Exuboxu no Sarah des.
I don't think she speaks Japanese, by the way.
Replacing Phil Spencer is Asha Sharma, the president of Core AI for Microsoft. Its work history includes Instacart, the online grocery store, Meta, working for Instagram, and being a sitting board member of, get this, the Home Depot. Honestly, I actually feel like these guys could have done a better job just picking up somebody from outside of a Home Depot.
I'm gonna bet you that they would have been they would have picked up somebody with a better job or somebody who would have done a better job if they picked a random person off the street.
Sorry, that was low-hanging fruit. Where do I even start? Look, I'll be the first one to say that I've been calling for a leadership change from Xbox for years. I've always liked Phil Spencer as a gamer, but
She
I've
did her
never
best
liked
attempt
this
to be
guy as a
nice.
CEO. His biggest accomplishment
No.
are Game Pass and the death of console exclusivity. And yes,
At that point, you might as well just speak in English.
I love that these guys got rid of console exclusivity. It's a massively pro-consumer move, but what does that matter if the games aren't worth playing? Because under Spencer, nearly every single first-party release has just been absolutely garbage. These guys have just completely lost their place in the industry. Gears of War is borderline forgotten. 343,
Oh, yeah.
Halo Studios, has been dragging Halo through the
Halo Infinite was a disaster, as I
for
heard.
over a decade. Fable looks like it's just British Dragon Age the Veilguard. Obsidian's devs are more interested in dunking on Elon Musk online than actually making something that people actually want to play. Activision just dropped what might be the worst
Literally every single game company that he's been mentioning has just like been going down precipitously.
Call of Duty ever.
It's
the best
paining
thing
me
that
every
we got
time
out
he's
of
mentioning
Bethesda
a new one.
is a remake of a nearly 20-year-old game that was made by a third-party studio. And before anybody hits me with Game Pass is a win, no, it is not. I am against subscription services flat out. I think they're toxic for the games industry. I get why people like them. I get why it feels like a deal, but we already know where this road ends because we watched it happen with TV and movies. Cheap entry,
Based opinion.
then the price hikes, then the tiers, then the ads, then the nickel and diming, and Microsoft has already been poking at that exact future for quite a while.
Oh yeah, no, Games Pass is totally going to be getting ads everywhere. Like as soon as a year goes by, if we revisit this in a year, there are going to be ads everywhere. It's going to be in everything that you interact with in Xbox Games Pass.
Now, them getting rid of Sarah Bond, I have no problem with that. I genuinely do not know what Microsoft thought they were doing with that hire. Another marketing-first executive that more looked like a PR move after the acquisition of Activision Blizzard. A nice, clean, inclusive face to put on after all the lawsuits. And now it's coming out that people didn't even like working with her. And she was the key architect behind the genius strategy of everything is an Xbox campaign, so nobody had any reason to buy the damn console. But here's
Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay.
Yet again, seemingly
see why she
making
stepped
the
down
exact
then.
same mistake with their next CEO. Now, it's like I said earlier, leadership changes like this are supposed to stabilize the brand, improve the image, restore confidence, give people something to look forward to, not light your last bit of credibility on fire.
Well, like we saw earlier in the earlier Endymion video, she tried to claim pathos and spectacularly failed by posting her gamer tag that did not, in fact, show that she was coming from the same approach that an innovator would come from.
And instead of replacing Phil Spencer with somebody that the audience recognizes, somebody with experience, somebody
In
with
fact, she
actual credentials-
lied. She lied about playing Valheim and had no Valheim playtime on her gamer card whatsoever.
Microsoft replaces him with an unknown quantity whose background is in AI, marketing, and social media. Now, I've already seen the criticisms fire up online. People are not happy that she does not have a background in gaming. Now, I've also seen spineless journalists line up to forgive it, likely just trying to get there to maintain their access. Christopher Dring of the games business tweeting out, "You don't have to be a gamer to work in games. You don't have to have a gaming background."
You are correct. You do not have to have a gaming background to work in games. However, as patterns would dictate, everybody who has come into the gaming industry to run games has run them into the ground because they are not part of the gaming landscape. So yes, you are correct. But no, you're lying to me. You're implying that she's going to be good for the company, where we all know, or at least we all suspect, this is not the case.
To run a game company, the industry could do with some outside thinking, frankly. God, these people are so insufferable and dishonest. What is wrong with them? Why are they like this?
They want you to just pay money without having any thought. That's why they're like this. You don't have to be you don't have to have a gaming background, but you need, at the very least, to be willing to understand and operate within the culture with which few of them seem to want to do. That's very true. But not only that, but you have to be willing to understand the culture too. Willing to understand and operate, I think, in my opinion, have two different connotations to it. And they're not willing to do either. There's too much outside thinking, in my opinion. Yeah, there's not enough inside thinking, as evidenced by the fact that all of the games coming from pretty much every major studio are dog shit.
We are not talking about who.
Looking at Ubisoft, looking at Microsoft Game Studio, looking at Sony first party, they're starting to go down in quality. Looking at pretty much any type of game that's been coming out that's had a major, massive budget.
Who's allowed to work in games? We're talking about the person who has the power to decide what
And
games
it's sad.
even are moving forward. And for somebody that's quite literally working for the biggest game publisher in the entire world. This is a CEO that's not just running a company. They are setting incentives. They are deciding whether the goal is a great game or a monetization trap, whether the product is a console or a subscription, whether the players are players or if they're users now. And when you put somebody
They are not players, they're users. That's how they view you. You are a user.
into that seat that doesn't understand the
You are a
culture, doesn't
number on a
understand the audience,
spreadsheet and
doesn't
have a
understand the
dollar
craft,
amount
you
next
don't
to your
get
name.
outside thinking. You get a corporate replacement. You get a puppet. That's what you get. You get games that are going to be designed for what they think people should expect and what people should accept, not what people actually want. And if you can't connect with the people that are making games or the people that are playing them, well, then the obvious thing that you're building is
Look at
nothing
this.
for us. Or the people that are playing
This
them.
is supposedly supposed to be pre-rendered footage. And it looks like it is in 30 FPS What the hell is going on with that mini map? Decider needs to have probably the greatest understanding of what players want. You are correct. This person most likely does not.
Well, then the obvious thing that you're building is
Oh yeah, that
nothing
looks
for
like
us.
that's in 30 FPS. Like as pre-rendered footage, that's not
This is
good.
not an outside thinker. This is an undercover agent posting gamer cred online from what looks to be a 1-month-old Xbox account with completion rates that makes it look like she's playing 80 hours a week.
With completion rates that make her look like she's playing 80 hours a week. I mean, that's not bad. 80 hours a week isn't bad. So she or whomever runs the account has played 29 games in the span of that month. That's almost a game a day.
Be a 1-month-old Xbox account with completion rates that makes it look like she's playing 80 hours a week. This is a CEO whose Twitter replies have people
And yet,
convinced
still doesn't have Valheim on it when she says that one of the games that she plays the most or likes the most is
that
Valheim.
she's more AI than actual human. A CEO who is already speaking corporate parcel tongue. Return to play. We hear you. Vague nonsense that means nothing. And the whole
Again, in a
corporate
vacuum,
parcel tongue. Return to
in a vacuum, great games, return of Xbox, future of play. This all sounds great. In a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum, we live in context. And in context, this is worrying.
to play. We hear you. Vague nonsense that means nothing. And the whole exclusivity business, come on, guys. What are you talking about? Talking like they're actually going to listen about exclusives, like Microsoft is going to walk away from the one lever that actually gives any of their releases any shot at profitability. That ship sailed a long time ago, especially when they do not have the games to command enough of an audience and they don't have the hardware sales to justify keeping those games locked away. I think that this CEO is a move.
I would argue that her having 8 hours a week on 1 month accounts implies someone else is doing it when she's also CEO running the division notoriously. They don't have a lot of time. I don't have enough evidence to make the accusation because maybe she's just a massive gamer in her free time and has no other responsibilities. I know people who can do that. I don't know if it's right. I don't know if it's wrong. I'm willing to accept on good faith that she does play 80 hours a week. But if she does, damn, she's definitely not speaking like a gamer.
Towards what every single prior Xbox leader tried to spend years protecting the brand from, Microsoft. Whether it was Robbie Bach, Kevin Backus, the original Xbox team,
Oh,
Seamus
jeez.
Blackley, or even Peter Moore.
This is looking
the
worse
guy
and
that
worse the
actually
longer
helped
we
turn
hear about
Xbox
it.
into a household name. You hear the same theme and the same story over and over again. Keep Microsoft's hands out of it as much as possible because Microsoft just doesn't understand the product or the players. They don't understand the culture.
No,
and
they
every
think
single
you're a
time
dollar
they get
sign.
A little bit too close, they get the same kind of interference, forcing corporate priorities onto a player-facing problem.
Yep.
This does not feel like Xbox is choosing a new direction. This feels like Microsoft is finally walking in the front door. And
I cannot believe that they got rid of the glory kill animations from Doom. What were they thinking? Why would you do that? You have a chainsaw shield. Why did you get rid of the glory kill animations?
I don't think people are ready for how bad things are about to get. Xbox, Microsoft, what were you thinking? Did you guys actually believe that you were going to be able to sneak this past the most terminally online community?
Yes, they did.
Did you not believe that they are not watching every breath you take, every move you make? They'll be watching.
Yeah, they believe that they're not. By the way, they are not seeing you like an individual. They are seeing you as a prospective user. They are not talking to you like a human being. They are talking to you like you are the product.
Do you think they wouldn't sniff out the fact that you made an Xbox account just a month ago that's unlocking achievements that even some of the most hardcore gamers don't have? That this account is pushing
The amount of
hours
glory
that
kills you
make
could think of was just a chainsaw shield. I know, imagine.
The unemployed, they recognize their own. You're not one of them. I have a very hard time believing that they are no-lifing video games while also in the transition of power to CEO.
They are,
especially
yeah,
since their last
probably
position
not,
was
but
the president of their AI division. I'm pretty sure
again,
they
we'll
have
probably
plenty of
never
other
be able to
things
prove that
worry about.
accusation either way.
You guys didn't think of it.
Unfortunately.
You guys didn't care. This is all a front. This is all them just trying to sneak their little soldier over enemy lines to come in and push their programs and their platforms and their services and their subscriptions and their AI.
Yeah, who asked for
Everything
this?
They can do, everything they desperately want, ultimately trying to turn Xbox into the
Corporate, the corporals
into
did,
the
but
worst experience
not a single
possible
gamer
because
did.
it's exactly what they've done to Windows. You don't need to have experience in making games. Look at where that's gotten us. We've had plenty of outside thinkers. They're called shareholders, and look what it's done to the games industry. It's warped
And this is why indie games are so good, because they're made by gamers for
Into one
gamers.
of the most greedy, predatory, and hostile environments that I've seen for just about any other industry. It feels like every single year we grow further and further away from the game side of the video game industry.
Yep.
Everything is about cloud. Everything is about games as a service, games as a platform, microtransactions, engagement, whatever else they can get their hands on or whatever else they can dream up. And when I see a leadership change like this is a move further in that direction, pushing that direction. This is more about games as a service rather than games as games. This is more about Xbox as a service rather than Xbox as a platform. And I'll be honest,
That is kind of insightful, where they're trying to more or less rely on the service side of it. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that might actually be a good thing for Xbox. Staying away from hardware sales and like ending their hardware division, because hardware is always a loss leader when it comes to consoles. So you take that out of the equation, sure, that's fine. Focus on the software. The problem is they are not focusing on the software because it's dog shit. Nobody wants to play this shit. Nobody wants to play this slop. Like, sorry, the reason why you're doing less and less numbers is because you have been having return customers say, oh, this is just the same thing and I don't like it anymore, with no innovation. Like, come on, man. You have to be innovative.
I think this goes a lot further than that. I think it gets a lot worse than this. I think that this is likely going to be the death of Xbox, not only as a platform, but even as a publisher.
Yep.
And you don't even have to take my word for that. Just listen to the guy that made Xbox. Now, I'll be honest, when I saw this leadership change, my first thought wasn't who is she? It was, what does Microsoft want to do with Xbox? A lot of people still talk
where
about
are we going with
Microsoft
this?
and Xbox as two separate
Exactly.
things, but they never were and never will be. Xbox has always been a piece of Microsoft's bigger strategy, reaching more users and trying to stay relevant with the next generation. But even at its peak, Xbox is still just a rounding error in Microsoft's world. It's a small slice of their earnings, only 7%, while the rest of this company has been
I
all
think
in
that
on AI
if
and cloud. So when the new
if Xbox wants to succeed, I think they probably need to let it go from the Microsoft, umbrella. That'll never happen because I don't think Microsoft will let it go. But if they wanted to be like an actual functional game studio, they would probably have to be away from
CEO is going straight
Microsoft.
out of the AI side of the house. That doesn't read like we're here to fix games. It reads more like we're here to integrate Xbox into the rest of the machine. But apparently, it's a lot worse than that. Games Radar just ran a piece titled "Xbox will be sunsetted under new CEO," quoting original Xbox co-founder Shane.
So they are actually sunsetting it.
Blackley saying her job was
Great.
basically palliative care to slide Xbox gently into the night. They write,
Well, that's
original Xbox co-founder
that's
and
disappointing.
console designer Seamus Blackley reckons it's no coincidence that Microsoft installed a core AI executive like Asha Sharma as the new CEO of the gaming arm. Rather, he sees Sharma's position as a sign that the non-AI business like Xbox will be sunsetted as Microsoft invests wholly in AI as its ultimate solution to absolutely everything. Xbox,
Man.
like a lot of businesses that aren't core AI businesses, are being sunsetted, he said. They don't say that, but that's what's happening. I expect that the new CEO, Asha Sharma, her job will be the palliative care doctor who slides Xbox gently into the night.
That sucks.
Blackley also expressed confusion at Sharma's appointment,
That
concluding
sucks a
that
lot.
the logical explanation is that Microsoft, especially CEO Satya Nadella, wanted an AI person for what's
Sony won the console war, but at what cost?
viewed as an AI job. I imagine asking somebody if it made sense to put a major motion picture studio into the hands of somebody who didn't like movies, or a major record label into the hands of somebody who had never seen a live show, Blackley said. Why would you do that? Well, you would do it if you were looking at the
Because
problem
it's
in
cheap.
an abstract way. The natural consequence of the focus on AI is that AI abstracts every problem from the minds of executives who believe in it. We're abstracting the problem of games as well. That's a core belief, and you can see it in what Satya said, that AI will subsume games like it will subsume everything. Blackley stressed that
I
it
just
doesn't
can't
matter
believe that
whether
you
or
would
not
have that
you agree
opinion.
with this view
That's
of
such
AI
a
or games,
strong
only that you
opinion.
recognize that Microsoft is indeed committed to AI. If anything, he said, it would have been shocking if they had someone in there in a meaningful role who was passionate about games, passionate about the creator-driven business of games, because it would be in direct conflict with everything Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is a company that is now enabling customers by enabling AI to drive things, Blackley said. That is at odds with the auteur model of any art, but specifically of games. Now, a lot of people are going to take this as
It is antithetical to everything that games want to achieve. Because as soon as you start taking out all of the creative people behind it, the creative endeavors, and whatever goes into making games, you have a shallow husk of what the games industry is. And removing the people who care about it, even if you're doing it because you're not making money, removing the people that care about it is going to kill the industry. Like, this industry is basically done, unfortunately, or at least rather Xbox is done. They just removed everybody who cares. It's unfortunate.
AI, but I don't necessarily think that it is. I think he's just talking about the direction that the company is headed in and how Xbox just kind of comes at odds to that. And I'm going to be honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
That almost lines up perfectly with how Microsoft has been operating. And it's coming
Sony's going to be looking at Xbox closure like the old man who visits the grave of a neighbor he had a generational beef with. And you want to know what the worst part about that is he's going to be looking at that grave saying, those were the good old days when we used to fight.
I mean, looking at Microsoft over the past couple of years, it's all been AI investment, cloud build out, data center expansion, and nonstop messaging about how AI is the next best thing, how we need to stop bullying.
They've been going at AI hard.
AI is going to subsume everything. They talk about it like a company that is adopting a religion. And once you start thinking like that, every product stops being the thing and starts being a vehicle, a surface, an endpoint, something.
Yeah, it really is weird how people talk about AI. It is almost nearly religious fervor.
Integrate their strategy into whether the customers asked for it or not. And that's why that line from Blackley really hits hard, abstracting the problem. If you truly believe that AI is the solution to everything, like a lot of these guys do, then games aren't a craft anymore. They're
they're an obstacle to be overcome.
Creators aren't partners, they're users. And as a result, games and Xbox and everything in general just becomes collateral damage for a problem that they have abstracted a solution for. What I think people should try to take away from this is that if you're somebody like Satya Nadella and you genuinely believe that software as a service is over, that the whole process of making something, creating something, using software is dead because AI will do it, well, then you're basically admitting to what Blackley is implying. If software doesn't matter, well, then games don't matter. And if games don't matter, then what do you need a games business?
Oh my God. I cannot believe that we have this thought process. Only in 2026 could we be thinking this way. It's the same energy as the first .com bubble.
Nothing here.
Yeah, I could see that.
Xbox. I don't like any of this, and I'm not even against AI. There are just way too many red flags here, and there's so much reckless abandon when it comes to personal sovereignty.
Like I said, AI is just not good enough right now.
I am not on board with.
I don't know where it's going to be at in 10 years, but it's not good enough right now.
Nothing ever is. We do not even know what this is actually going to be good for in the long term. It hasn't even delivered on half of the promises that these guys are selling. The most consistent use case that I have seen is that it's getting better as a search engine. And even then, you need to be careful because, well,
sometimes it hallucinates.
And also, AI videos are getting pretty good, but it's also getting close enough to reality that it's going to start wreaking havoc on trust, credibility, fraud, safety, and security. It is a razor sharp.
Yeah, I would hate to be coming in the next generation and trying to figure out what is and isn't true. Like, you basically couldn't believe anything that you see, which is terrifying.
Double-edged sword that is being swung around by the richest people on Earth that do not have to live with any of the consequences. And you can already see what that mindset does. Look at the hardware market. The AI arms race is sucking up hardware like it's oxygen, and regular people are the ones that are fitting the bill. Higher prices, tighter supply.
I can't believe that they're just driving up these like graphics cards and stuff like that. Like, come on, guys.
Why worse upgrades?
Give us one thing.
These guys are building, not better products, just bigger machines, and all forcing you to adapt to it.
Yep.
When I look at where this is heading for gaming, I think the path is pretty obvious. They want you guys off of your own hardware and inside their ecosystem, paying for their subscriptions, getting fed ads any chance they can get.
I will never pay for a subscription if I can't get around it.
Inside of a box. It's their systems, their models.
Like, this is why people are turning to piracy throughout like the world again, because nobody wants to subscribe to like 60 different things. And you know what? I don't blame them. I'm usually a pretty follow the rules type of person, but when it comes to subscription services, I mean, I will not get a subscription service if I can get around it. There's too damn many of them, and they don't do jack shit for you. In fact, in a lot of cases, they restrict content from you. Like, try to go to Netflix and watch something, half the time it's not on the Netflix version that you're at. Okay, well, you've just created a pirate. Try to go to Amazon and watch something, and it's not on your Amazon because you're not in the right country to watch it, or they just don't have it in service for the moment for whatever reason. Okay, well, you just created a pirate. I tried to watch an anime not too long ago. I don't remember what it was, but I tried to watch it in the original Japanese because I tend to watch subtitles more than I watch dubs. They had it on Amazon, but it was unavailable. My motherfucker, what? Why is that the case? And then they're just like, well, you know, it is what it is. It's like, okay, well, I guess I am a pirate now. Good job, Amazon.
They get to control who gets access, for how long, for how much, and they get to control what you're allowed to make. They're going to sell it like you can do anything, but it's not anything. It's just whatever fits inside the cage that they built. I can already hear the comments now, but let these game developers get replaced by AI. These games suck. These game developers suck. Look, bad game developers is a management problem.
Yep.
That is not something for AI to solve. Getting rid of these developers, you're just going to be left with the same idiots that are pushing a lot of these games. Some people shouldn't even have made it into the games industry.
A lot of them.
Absolutely. But AI
A lot of
does
them.
not solve taste. Taste is something
And slowly we are curing the games industry.
that you cannot brute force. It is something that you have to develop through literacy, through knowing why one mechanic feels good and another feels hollow, through understanding pacing, tension, payoff, and restraint. This is how we've gotten some of the greatest works of art. It's how we got Lord of the Rings. If the people that are making
True.
decisions do not have that literacy, if they do not understand people, culture, or craft, then giving them better automation doesn't solve the problem. It just lets them misunderstand you at an even greater scale.
Well, that makes them makes you make a dog shit product even faster
The
too.
future is going to land the way that a lot of these executives think that it will, because I think they fundamentally do not understand the product that is being delivered. They do think it is a one-size-fits-all solution.
Well, yeah, I mean, they don't understand that video games have a degree of like interactivity to it, and they just want to make a movie
For
2.0.
just about everything. AI is not a consumer product. It's a tool. I may own a hammer, but I don't use it every day. A carpenter does. Some people are going to use it to make their workflows faster. Some industries are going to use it to automate repetitive tasks. That makes sense. That's where
Sure.
it belongs. But this idea that AI itself is going to be the next mass market entertainment platform, I just don't buy it. I don't see people just wanting to sit around prompting their own content into existence. We don't grow our own food.
It also takes away that shared experience that games give, right? So it's like you can go ahead and generate a video game, sure, whatever, why not? But you're not going to get a community around whatever AI generated product you're going to have, because people aren't going to be of playing the same product. Like, there's so much more that goes into gaming than just the game itself outside of it, that like we would be losing that entire apparatus as well. Like, I don't think Helldivers would be like Helldivers 2 would be nearly as fun as it was if not for the community that also makes it fun. Same thing for the Souls games. The Souls games would be fun on their own, but they wouldn't be nearly as fun except for without the community that formed around them of passionate gamers who love love games. And once you start automating that, it's like, okay, well, do you like program A? Yeah, I like program A. Okay, what did you play? I played this game. Oh, well, I played something completely different. Okay, well, I guess that's it. God, it makes
Even
me
though we could. We don't build our own houses. We don't
literally
sell our
missing
own
the
clothes, we
trees
don't write our own
in the
music, we don't
forest, literally
want
missing
infinite raw
the tree in
materials.
front of
We
them
want
for the
something
grass.
crafted by somebody else. We want taste. We want intention. We want something different. We want something outside of ourselves. And I think that's especially true in video games. They think that AI is the next thing to sell, but I think what people actually want is still just a video game.
Yep.
I'm going to say it again. I think that AI can be
Just make a good
tool, but I do
game.
not see it being a consumer product, because maybe it will be one day, but right now in its current iteration, I just don't see that being the case. These
Nope.
guys are
We'll
walking
revisit
around
in
and
a
they're
decade.
offering solutions to customers for problems that they don't even have. You are fundamentally breaking the sales cycle. You're
Well, I'm also worried that they're presenting solutions for problems that we don't have, but they might force us to have in the future. It's kind of like, bags in MMOs. Oh, you only have so many inventory slots? Well, we're not going to increase everybody's inventory ubiquitously. We're going to sell you a bag that increases your inventory so that we can sell you the solution to a problem that we caused.
supposed to find a lead, qualify that lead, and then offer a solution. These guys, I'm turning to them and saying, I want better games. And they're like, what if you made your own? That doesn't fix my problem.
That doesn't
nor
fix
is it
my
what I
problem.
want.
Exactly.
I think that this is genuinely the end of Xbox, which is really sad because I loved Xbox. I really did. This is not the future that I wanted to see them live out. That's definitely for sure. I have some of the best memories on their platform, on a lot of their games. It's where I met most of my friends that I still play games with today. But this is the most
That's awesome, man.
self-inflicted downfall that I think we have ever seen. And these guys just continue to double down on the worst decisions possible. And it has weakened their platform. It's weakened their games. And Microsoft is not the kind of company that is going to try to fix it. They're just going to cut off the limb because they don't know how to fix it. Or in most cases,
Well, they don't care.
probably think that something else is the new
They do
future,
not
the
care to
better
fix it.
direction. And all this is going to do is it's just going to collapse the Xbox brand even faster and even further.
Yep.
Trust is
What
already
brand there
gone.
is
I don't
left,
see
by the
anybody
way.
actually believing in the direction that this company is going in. And while I would love to see that future turn out to be bright, and I'd love to be proved wrong, I just don't see that being the case. I really don't.
I don't think it's the
personally
case
do not
either,
see a universe
unfortunately.
where the CEO comes in and revives Xbox. I am right with Blackley. I think that they are here to sunset this brand, to move them towards being an AI platform, to being a games as a service platform that lines up with everything that this company has been pushing, with xCloud, with Game Pass, with everything else. And I don't know what that means for the studios that are under them.
They are going to be liquidated.
I don't know what that means for the IP that's under them.
They are going to be sat on and never engaged with again.
I would hope that they sell off some of that stuff.
They will not.
I hope that they would give some of these developers a path to independence.
They will not.
With a lot of these companies. But to be honest with you guys, looking at how hard they push into AI, there's a really good chance that they're going to try to hold on to everything except for the people.
Oh, they will.
And they're just going to use it as AI training data.
Absolutely.
It's a dark future, man. But realistically, if I'm putting myself in the seat of these executives, if I remove my understanding of games, of the industry, of common sense, that's what I would do.
Oh yeah, 100%. Why make good game when can make money?
Because at least from a business perspective, it's the one thing that makes the most sense, especially looking at where investor money is at today. Because if I do those things, if I say those things, investors are going to be happy. Customers won't be. But customers don't make my stocks go up. Investors do. Anyway.
Well, like I said, it all has to come back to the fact that they just view the end user, quote, as a user. Nobody in the company actually gives a shit about making a good game anymore. And it really shows. Like, as soon as they start referring to you as a user, you know it's so over. Because they don't care. They don't care about the quality. They just want your money. You're not in any way a person to be performed to. You are now a number on a spreadsheet that has a $sign next to your name. That's all you will ever be in the eyes of these execs.
Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Definitely not one I was happy to make, that's for sure. If you guys did enjoy the video
Well,
or you found it
is sad that
interesting or
Xbox is
anything
dying,
like that,
100%.
share it with your friends, share it on social media, like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment
Hell
down
yeah.
below. Let me know what
Kaboom.
you guys think is going to happen. What direction do you think this is all going to go in?
Oh, I
Definitely
think the
interested to see what
direction
other
was
people are thinking.
decided a
It's been
decade ago.
Crazy development and a crazy week. I've been just wanting to make my video on Neo 3, but I can't. I've been trying to make a positive video, but I can't.
Well, there's so
Not
much
my
negative,
fault, okay?
like news in
Also,
the
still have to
air.
Talk about PlayStation, all the nonsense these guys are getting up to as well.
Oh yeah, Sony's
Anyway, catch
Sony's
you
starting
guys
down
in
in the
next
path
one. Stay
too.
cool, stay righteous, stay safe. See you next in a couple days.
Hell yeah. Peace. Give us that family. Man, it's a dark day when Xbox, one of the OGs, is going to be getting conked on the head, so to speak. I really... It really upsets me because I did kind of grow up on the Xbox 360, but again, the writing's been on the wall for so long. It's so hard to like divorce yourself or divorce the idea in my mind that Xbox hasn't been slowly sliding down the path of just absolute irrelevance. They just don't care anymore to make a quality product because I guess to them, to the execs, it's not profitable. But the problem is if they just made a quality product, they made one good game, they're back on it. Like really, they make one good game that's a massive hit that everybody asks, they get what they wanted for out of it, they're back on the map. They just refuse to do it. And it's really disheartening. It's really sad. But I guess now we have indie games, so hopefully that will be satisfactory for us. All right, we got about checks time. 30 more minutes before I think the State of the Union starts. So let's go ahead and watch this Valve one here real quick, because this should be talking about I think the EU maybe. I'm hoping that it's talking about the EU. But we'll try to get through this one quick. We'll try to make sure that we have enough time to start up the State of the Union. And we'll get right into it.
Today we're talking about a massive legal victory for Valve as they destroy some patent troll.
So that's good news. Valve won again.
And then we'll talk a little
Actually, surprisingly enough, Valve won again. Who would have thought Valve, the company that literally is almost nearly keeping and holding the line for gaming, is like winning everything?
bit about some legal
We do live in a good world.
that are looking down the road for Valve. On this, The Legal Mindset, we teach you to be your own judge. I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Fast Facts video, the quick and dirty version of the latest in legal news.
All
So
right.
Let's jump right into it. So, of course, you guys may know about Valve. There's Gabe Newell, the very beloved CEO, founder.
Gaming Jesus.
And you've got obviously their main platform that they're known for, that is Steam, and that is really the subject of the lawsuits that that they just ended up winning, or the lawsuit they ended up winning, singular. So who's the defendant? The defendant is Lee Rothschild.
There he is. There's the guy that ruins nearly everything.
And his kind of panoply, his collection of companies, as well as his legal team, which is very interesting. So Lee Rothschild, in case you don't know, owns a lot of patents. And a lot of times in the world of
I think that he owns a lot of patents in error as well. I think it is an oversight of the legal system to allow him to have as many patents as he does in the way of like how broad they are.
you have these individuals that seem to have everything over a broad swath.
Yep.
Now, that doesn't necessarily make them a patent troll per se. They might have legitimate patents on many, many things.
Sure.
But when you look at those patents and you see some of
But
them
this guy's not that.
overly broad, and then they end up enforcing them in a certain type of way, that's when you get into what's called patent troll behavior, which we'll get into. But the interesting thing here is that they really got all of his companies and him personally. Now, typically when you're looking at patents and you're looking at these sort of lawsuits, you might just go with the main company. In this case, the Rothschild Distribution Company, the RPX up here. And
Okay.
They also got his other companies that were involved in this, Display Technologies.
That's
Patent
interesting that we got
Asset
all of his
Management, and the legal team
companies
at
here.
Meyer Legal PLLC, which had a little mess up of its own. We'll get into that. So what happened here? So Rothschild owns a massive amount of patents over a very, very broad area. And Steam went in and they, in 2016, obtained a perpetual, that means forever.
Which, by the way, the fact that Steam had to get essentially a license from them to use certain, quote, patents, end quote, that they have is ridiculous on its face.
Irrevocable, royalty-free, fully paid up worldwide license for several of Rothschild's patents in 2016. The most important one, the main patent,
I'm gonna
is
turn this up a
one
little
that-
bit.
and once again, this is how patents are sometimes written: a system and method for storing broadcast content in a cloud-based computing environment. Now,
By the way, I think this is much too broad. Like, I think that maybe there needs to be somebody who looks at patents nowadays and kind of like tries to figure if they fit the current landscape of legal enforcement. And I definitely think that this is way too broad. Because everything can fall under this now. You can make a legal argument that everything can fall under this. And I think if you can make a legal argument that everything can fall under it, then it's not really a patent. It's just a common good.
Now, to me, just as a person who's just reading these, this is one that seems overly broad, right? This
Boom.
Is just, okay,
Lawyer
a
agrees
whole
with me.
System, a method for storing
Or I agree with the
broadcast
lawyer.
content in a cloud-based computing environment. That could be a lot of things. That could cover a lot. So they bought this very, very broad, ambiguous patent back in 2016.
That's a Nintendo grade patent if I ever seen one. It is in fact a Nintendo grade patent.
They had an agreement for that patent as well as other patents.
Thank
Said,
you,
"Hey,
Nintendo."
We no longer have to pay this to you anymore. We're paid up. We paid you for this. We signed this license agreement. But after a period of time, they didn't like that. They wanted to extract more money from Valve. So
Yep.
they ended up in 2022 with Display Technologies. It's one of the Rothschild's companies. They sued Valve for infringement of a patent that Valve bought.
Which is insane.
So this is a patent that they bought, and they're suing.
And honestly, the only reason that Valve bought the patent or bought rights to the patent is because it would have been so much harder for them to litigate in court. Which again is another misuse and blatant misuse of our system that I wish we could stop.
them saying, wait, you're infringing on our patent, but you know, you bought it back then. And then in 2023, Valve received a claim from Rothschild's lawyers. And that's how the legal team gets brought in, is because they sent these letters saying, hey, you're infringing on our patents that they had an agreement for back in 2016.
Exactly.
So Valve said, hey, enough is enough. We're done with this, you know, these shenanigans and this BS. And they filed a lawsuit saying,
Well, they're
hey,
big enough now that they can do it.
We had a contract in 2016 for these patents, and you're also violating Washington's Patent Troll Prevention Act. And this is very interesting and a great piece of legislation, which I think is at the key here for a lot and also going forward. So what is anti-patent troll?
I'm actually really curious about what this ruling is, because I actually haven't heard of this ruling in like the definitive. So I'm hoping that we can get some clarification on that, and why most patents don't fall under that is really the better question.
Make it illegal to send bad
So it was
faith
Washington State, okay.
accusations of patent infringement to individuals or businesses in Washington State. So bad faith implies some intent. You're knowing that there is an agreement, or you're knowing that this is not infringement, and you're asserting it is infringement, and therefore you're trying to intimidate somebody, trying to bully them, trying to essentially extort money out of them through this, what is called patent trolling behavior. And
for those of you who don't know, I believe that Valve is based in Washington State. Not 100% sure if that's like true, but I think I heard that they were based in Washington State. That's why Washington State's laws apply.
Have upheld the validity of not just Washington's Patent Troll Prevention Act. They said, hey,
I think
this one doesn't violate the First Amendment, but they said it's a valid exercise of state consumer power. And they went ahead, and the courts have looked at 30 other states, and most of those states have had their patent troll acts held up. So they're saying, hey, this doesn't violate your First Amendment. And to me, it seems kind of preposterous to make a First Amendment argument saying, hey, it is our First Amendment right to bully and lie and make bad faith assertions. That's not First Amendment. That's engaging in very shady behavior, which shouldn't be encouraged by states and generally at large in the business community. And it's the power of the state to regulate that and protect consumers, and consumers meaning individuals and businesses as well. So that power of the states encapsulating all of the businesses and individuals within that state. So for example, if you are trying to form a company and you are worried about patents, Washington, very attractive based on this piece of legislation.
That would make sense. I mean, like, there's a lot of laws to protect the businesses based there, but I'm more curious if that's more implicative of wanting to start a lawsuit in Washington or wanting to move your business to Washington, because I don't know what the laws are if you start your business there or if you just litigate it in Washington. I don't know if it follows under strictly Washington law or if it falls under federal law, if it's more of a broad company.
What happened? It was a full and complete victory, and it was embarrassingly so.
Thank God. Thank God every day that Steam won their lawsuit.
So the district court ruled in Valve's favor on all counts for breach of contract and for violation of the Washington Patent Troll Act.
Thank God. Can we please make violation of the Washington Patent Troll Act? Can we make that a felony? Please make that a felony.
They also awarded monetary damages. They had some aggravation of the damages as well, right? And all of the parties were held liable. And this is massive because you're able to get at Leigh Rothschild personally.
Oh my God. So they didn't just sue and win against their company. They sued and won against all of their companies and the main man himself. Granted, this is probably a drop in the bucket for him. It's probably just a fine. It's probably like, even if it was like a couple $1 million or even hell, probably even $1 billion, he's not going to feel anything because that's not that much money to this type of person. But at least it's something.
Not just his businesses, which were the ones that signed the contracts, but him personally for the bad faith, as well as his legal team putting them on the spot and saying, hey, you guys are liable for engaging in this behavior as well. And
also, what does this have misused AI?
I think that keeps the attorneys honest, when they're engaging in this behavior, it's much like other fields where you can have people sending bad faith letters or making claims, and it keeps the legal teams from having to think. They have to think twice now before they send these letters saying, hey, you're breaching our patent or you're violating our
I'm surprised that even made it through like a legal team, right? Like it probably just kind of sent it out saying, hey, we're gonna relitigate this patent or something like that. But I'm surprised that a legal team didn't look at that and be like, no, we can't do that. Like, how did that happen?
patent. The other very interesting thing was Rothschild's lawyers appeared to have misused AI. Now, these are allegations that were laid out by Valve. Valve said, hey, these citations are completely wrong. These quotes are not even real.
What? AI hallucinating? Wow, maybe we shouldn't be using AI in official legal documentation. Surprise. Surprise.
They're citing the cases that don't exist. And this is something that was allegedly done by some sort of unpaid intern. They try to shuck this off. But at the
Rothschilds having an unpaid intern? Wow, I would have never guessed.
end of the day, the liability falls back on the law firm. It does not fall back on some random intern. That law firm is responsible for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So it's very good that the legal team was
Although they'll
sucked into
probably pay
this
for
and
it.
dinged on this, because it really looks embarrassing for them not just to send the letter, which they shouldn't have sent, but also having misused AI. You've also got two different risks. So this was a huge victory, but you've got two different giant risks for Valve. And I would be amiss if I didn't mention these pending massive consumer actions. So
All right.
Valve has two massive consumer lawsuits pending, one in the US for antitrust class action.
Which, by the way, utter bullshit. We all know that this is complete utter bullshit. The antitrust class action lawsuit, nobody wants that. Nobody's part of the class in the class action. They're just doing it because they're pissed off that Valve is so good. The UK consumer action, again, same thing. Nobody actually believes that Valve is a monopoly, and nobody actually believes they're doing anything wrong. They're just doing it to fuck with Valve. There's no legal there, but they can do it, which is the problem because they're misusing the justice system in their respective countries just to fuck with Valve. And honestly, I wish Valve would do a victory lap around all of them, so just to show them that they put them in the dirt and that's their fault for being idiots.
It was certified in 2004, or sorry, 2024. And the UK consumer action, which was 2026. And that's seeking 900 million USD.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. They just want to beat Steam into submission because they can't fight fair. Exactly. They're literally trying to use the legal system as a cudgel to beat them into form.
So that's a massive amount. Obviously, it's in British pounds, but that's converting it over to USD. It's a massive, massive consumer lawsuit. The damages that are sought by the US class action are still unknown, but both of them involve the 30.
I can't believe that it's been certified since 2004. That's like I believe that's when the lawsuit started going. Bro, it's been nearly 2 decades if that's the case. Can we just be done with the fucking lawsuit?
% commission rate on Steam, as well as the pricing restrictions on developers.
Oh yeah, by the way, the 30% commission rate, that's an industry standard. You have a problem with that, change the industry standard. It's not Steam's fault that they're following the standard.
Mandate that add-ons must be bought on Steam. So Valve is defending this, and this is kind of the line.
Yep,
that
right here on the
30%
bottom.
Commission is industry standard. And if
Wow.
you look at Apple, Google, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, they're all charging that 30% rate. So trying to say that's unfair, and if these consumer actions go against Valve, it opens the door against Apple, Google, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, because that's been the standard at which the industry has been operating for a long time. So that would be
Yeah, I can't think that if they get a win on the 30% commission rate, I can't think that it'd be too horribly fair to the rest of the games industry, right? Which is why I'm surprised that the rest of the games industry is like, yeah, get them. Because, like, in the long run, this is going to come back to bite them in the ass. I don't know. It seems kind of short-sighted. But then again, I mean, we just literally got through the entire day of watching the games industry being incredibly short-sighted to begin with. So I guess we really can't put it past them.
really big thing.
Big yikes.
Now they could rule, have a partial ruling there saying, okay, 30% is fine, but we don't like the mandate that add-ons must be bought on Steam, or maybe we don't like some other restrictions. That is possible, but it's an interesting thing playing.
And it's also interesting, they're trying to argue that if you buy a game on Steam and oh, that's my alarm. I set an alarm to make sure that I was in time for the State of the Union, so just sorry about that. I didn't know it was going to buzz that hard. Anyway, they are also making an argument that if you buy a DLC on Steam, you can't play it on any other platform. Well, it's like, newsflash for you, idiot. You can't play the DLC on any other platform if you don't own the game on that platform. Like, go ahead and try to buy a DLC on Xbox and play it on PlayStation. Go ahead, try it. I'll wait. Same thing for Epic Store and Steam. Buy a DLC on the Epic Store while you have the game on Steam or vice versa. Try to play the DLC. Go ahead, idiot. Go ahead and try it. I don't think that they're going to win that case.
Out and could have some massive.
God, I hope they don't.
Valve. So overall, Valve wins an important victory in my judgment here today. Valve wins a important victory against patent trolling behavior.
And it's not only for Valve, it's for everybody.
This alter ego argument that got after the personal liability of Rothschild as well as the liability of the law firm was highly effective. And I think now you're going to see other people using this strategy.
I hope this becomes major legal precedent, honestly. Because if this becomes major legal precedent, a lot of people are going to start countersuing or being able to be using this in defense lawsuits against the Rothschilds, which needed to happen, a couple of decades ago. But now that it's happening now, it's better than not any time at all. I can't believe that Steam is just stacking dub after dub after dub. Actually, I can, because Steam's such a good platform. I am a totally biased shill for Steam. I will always be a shill for Steam. I think everybody in the gaming and everybody who's a gamer will shill for Steam. Steam is one of the best platforms, if not the ultimate best platform out there for playing video games. It still has its problems. I don't live in Fantasyland. They still have problems, but they are the best platform right now. And the fact that we can rely on them not just for our video games, but rely on them outside of the context of video games to defend our rights as consumers, in my opinion, is probably the best thing that can happen in this life for now. I am so happy that the person running it is himself a gamer. Imagine, that's probably why they hate him, because he's not capitulating to industry standards of packing their CEO brackets full of people who don't know anything about games.
And opening the door to lawsuits against patent trolls. This could be something that stops a lot of the patent trolling behavior, and that companies that are in states like Washington with patent troll acts start using this aggressively.
Or any state, please.
Because they are a scourge and they are a problem. Valve still has massive legal risk because the US and UK consumer lawsuits, which could redefine digital game distribution.
Please, for the love of God, let them win this one. If they win both of these lawsuits, we'll be in such a great spot.
And I'm going to be watching those as it goes on from here. But I want to know what you guys think about this case, what you think about Valve and Steam, and is everything fair with that 30%
Huge Valve
commission?
shill.
Let me know in the comments
Huge
below.
Valve shill.
On the next.
All right. Why, thank you, Legal Mindset. Nice, very nice video to end this on. Reactions on, so that we can start moving into the State of the Union. Now, again, this might not be everybody's cup of tea. I get it. If you don't want to watch the State of the Union, I 100% understand. Feel free to leave the stream. We're going to watch it because it's important. But right now, I need to go downstairs and grab a snack because I'm kind of hungry. And I need to go to the bathroom. So until then, you got to break, 15-minute break. Actually, I'm going to only take like 2 minutes, but I'll be back in a little bit. Okay. Oh. Ah. Oh, my back. All right. We're back. Is there any music playing? There is music playing. All right, I guess we'll listen to the diegetic sounds in the background of the State of the Union. I'm kind of excited for this. Mostly because it's probably going to be contentious, which means that it's probably going to be good content. But, you know, it's nice to be able to watch the State of the Union occasionally, even though, you know, not really anything much happens from it, but at least it's able to inform you about what's going on. Maybe you love the guy, maybe you hate the guy. What the hell is this image, by the way? This is the creepiest thing that I've ever seen. Is this AI? Or was this created? I'm mesmerized by how... What the fuck this is? Oh my god. Who knows? Sorry, my phone buzzed. Ooh. I was able to pick myself up some chocolate chip cookies. Oh, man. Mmm. You said Midlove's using AI? AI, no. Unforced L, in my opinion. I wish they didn't use it as often. I think they're delusional if they think the public's not sour on it. I think the public's very sour on AI. Mostly because we have it shoved down our throats all the time, right? Like, I'm not a Luddite. I'm pretty sure that, you know, AI probably is the future, but man, it's not good enough for me to have it pervade every single thing in my life. I don't need to hear about it every 5 minutes. I don't need to hear about, like, oh, AI is good at this, AI is good at that, AI is good at... It's like, okay, yeah, sure. Why don't you go ahead and give me an actual product that isn't dog shit, and then we can talk about how good AI is. Man. Mmm. These are some good cookies, man. Get the diegetic sounds of me chomping. We'd love to hear it. I guess this is like all points that they think they're good for the administration. I don't know. Can't think people are too horribly active to read it, or too horribly eager to read it. I'm sure it's probably glowing for them. I just can't get over how creepy this AI thing is. Like, it reminds me of a Rankin Bass type of, like, claymation. Man, I hate Rankin Bass claymations. Hmm. What do you think the over-under is on this music being AI generated too? Probably fairly high, yeah? I don't know. Honestly, I hope he stays away from anything that has to do with ICE and enforcement. I think people are tired of hearing about that shit. I know I am, because then the news cycle is going to be dominated with how much people disliked it. Can't really hear it here. I turned it all the way down because I figured it wasn't really that important. It gets really loud really fast, but that's really loud for me. How's that? Mm-hmm. Well, what am I kidding? It doesn't matter what he says or what he does. Nobody's gonna. Some people are just gonna always be against it, and some people are always gonna be for it. We have a lack of critical thinking in this country. I think it's AI. If you think that the image is AI generated, what are the chances that the music is also AI generated? I think it's fairly high. Because you don't have to pay royalties. Sometimes with stock music, you might have to. Or at least they might be able to get away with charging you. Could be a nightmare. Just hit the button, generate something that hasn't been put out before. I don't know. I wonder if there's going to be any preamble rigmarole for this. Who knows? Usually they've got a speaker beforehand that introduces them. I wonder if they're going to do that. Honestly, I hope that he gets on stage, gives his speech, takes its hour and 30 minutes. Everybody's happy and satisfied with it. We all walk away a better, more mended country. I don't believe that's what's going to happen, but that's what I want to happen. Wouldn't we live in such a better world if that did happen, though? This poor little cook got a little singed. Poor little guy. What time is it? 9 o'clock? Yeah, I don't think I can get away with having another soda. Too much caffeine, too late. Believe you me, if this was 2 hours earlier, I'd be drinking another one. Because I hate my kidneys. Where right now? Can't. Too late. Honestly, if they were going for like that chill vibe, they really kind of nailed it. It seems like it's been genetically engineered to be chill. I will say that it's probably a good thing that at least the administration, or at least the people in the administration, are a little bit more willing to engage with the internet as part of its platform, but I think it also adopted all the negative traits of engaging on the internet, which is the hyper-reactionary, hyper having to have something to say about something. You know, needing to score a political win when you really didn't need to score a political win. I definitely think it set the tone for politics for the next decade. Really hitting us with the boots and cats? Yep. Exactly. Got that smooth jazz. Oh, man. You hear what they just hit us with there? They hit us with that dramatic pause. Dramatic rest. Oh my god, he's still continuing to raise his hand. Like, they couldn't have paid, the whole US, budget couldn't have paid or splurged for like 10 more seconds of animation. It looks like it changes style halfway through, like, cause like down here at the bottom, it looks like a puppet. And we're going up top, it looks kind of like AI generated. Like the AI couldn't stick to one style. Like, as you can see, like, clearly on the crease of his suit there where the arm would move, right? But on the other side, like, he ain't got that crease there. Like, it doesn't look like it's like a joint.
My name is
Oh,
Megan Hemhauser.
here we go.
Marcus Coleman, father of Delilah Coleman.
My name is Catherine Rayner.
My name is Sierra Burns. And I'm so excited to be in Washington, D.C., the capital, to attend the State of the Union with the President and the First Lady.
Oh, you know, if I was invited to the State of the Union, I'd go.
Thank you, President Trump, for inviting us to the State of the Union.
I wouldn't even care what president it was. I'd go because it's just a nice pomp and circumstance event.
It's the State of the Union, like that's an ultimate honor.
President Trump.
I wonder if my boy
followed you
Amir's
for
there.
Many years. I've started at your first rally.
I know he got
first
invited to
running
the
again. I went by myself. There
he got
isn't
invited to the
words,
White House about a
I'm
week
so
ago or
thankful for
something.
everything.
Thank you
I wonder
so much for
if he's going to be there for the State of the Union.
and to talk about education and teach all of Americans how to learn super fast and effectively with using AI.
I am incredible.
Oh no.
For your initiative. And
Oh,
wanting
we're
to
talking
push
about AI. Oh no.
hardships behind IVF and the access that families need.
To be here is a dream. I don't think I could have ever imagined this for myself, and yet here I am. So I'm thrilled, and thank you for having me.
We stand behind you in the efforts that you're trying to progress to better the United States and the United States citizens.
Okay, okay.
My name is Everest Nevermont.
Oh, so we're just gonna we're just gonna play it
My
again.
name is
Okay.
Marcus Coleman, father of Delilah Coleman.
My name is
We don't
Catherine
need to
Rayner.
hear this
My name is
again.
Sierra Burns,
We're gonna
and
listen to it
I'm
again though.
so excited to be in Washington, D.C., the capital.
Typical government production.
With the President and the First Lady.
To be invited to the State of the
Scuffed
Union.
as fuck.
What an incredible honor.
Thank you, President Trump, for inviting us to the State of the Union.
I'm incredibly honored to be here and be a part of this.
Is this
special
really
event.
gonna play for the next 3 minutes?
Like awestruck. It's the State of the Union, like that's an ultimate honor.
President Trump, I've followed you for many years. I've started at your first rally when you first were running again. I went by myself. There isn't words, but I'm so thankful for everything.
Thank you so much for letting
I
me
think we're
come
gonna have to listen to this
and
4 more
talk about
times.
education and teach all of Americans how to learn super fast and effectively with using AI.
I am incredibly thankful for your initiative and wanting to push and bringing to light the
Oh God, please.
hardships behind IVF and the access that families
I
need.
can't do
To
it.
be
I can't
here
do
is
more
a
than twice.
dream. I don't think I could have ever imagined this for myself, and yet here I am. So I'm thrilled, and thank you for having me.
We stand behind you in the efforts that you're
Yeah,
trying to
yeah.
progress to better the United States and the United States citizens.
Don't do it. Don't do it again. Please don't do it again. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Oh, thank God. Oh, I was worried for a second. All right, we will begin shortly. Hey, he's got a starting soon screen just like I do. Yay! I'm not as scuffed anymore. I think that's probably from the last State of the Union. Any second now. Who's the bet? Since this is the official White House broadcast, who's the bet that we're going to start halfway through his first sentence because somebody forgot to turn the camera on? I wouldn't put it past the government to do that. Come on, Donnie. Oh man, we're getting teased real hard. Eventually. We'll eventually start it. Oh man. I really hope that we don't talk about AI in this State of the Union. Oh my God, do I hope we don't talk about AI? Nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody cares. Everybody wants it to go away. You make your speech about AI, then you're going to lose a lot of people. I don't think he can help himself. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't think he can help himself talking about it. Let's see if anything else. Actually, no. I'd have to go back. I'm not going to do that. Oh my gosh, it will begin shortly. Well, it's beginning shortly for the last, like, little bit. Let's see. I'll pull it up on another browser. See if it's started elsewhere. Okay, it looks like people are starting to file into the State of the Union here. Okay, we've got a CNN broadcast that's showing people come in. C-SPAN. You know, we'll check out C-SPAN. What's happening on C-SPAN right here?
Secretary Lutnick, and
Hang on.
Lutnick is there. Commerce.
Behind
Commerce.
Behind
Rollins. Transportation. We saw Scott.
Duffy.
We are
Sean Duffy. Sorry.
Davison Greer,
That was Scott Turner in front of him.
heading in.
Of HUD.
And then we have Kelly Loeffler.
Boom.
Small business.
There we go.
I was banking on her.
More things are happening.
But that's who I guessed.
AI's been one of the big initiatives he's probably going to. Yeah, unfortunately.
Be the winner of the 50 cents.
Oh wait, is that?
Oh wait. Or is that?
Oh boy, here it comes.
I don't think we have a designated survivor.
Secretary Wright.
Because Kelly Loeffler of.
Oh yeah, that's right. Who's the designated survivor?
Georgia, who got defeated.
We gotta figure that one out.
It'd be interesting if we see any. Oh, that's DNI Director Radcliffe.
I wonder who that would be.
CIA. Yeah, Mr. Radcliffe, former member of the House from Texas.
And Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East advisor.
Good eye.
Running late, just like the government typically does.
Talks with our nuclear talk again on Thursday.
It's so interesting. John
Okay, I can't stand this inane babbling. I don't know what they're talking about, but whatever they're talking about, I can't stand it. Good Lord. Come on, any moment now. Any moment now. Wonder, let's see, where are we at over here? It doesn't look like it. Okay, cool. Oh my God, they're taking forever. These old people. Well, it looks like we're going to be here for a little bit of time. Was that? That was Trump Jr., wasn't it? I thought for a second that was Hunter Biden. I was like, Hunter Biden's here? That'd be a plot twist of the century, wouldn't it? Oh my God, they're tall. Look how tall these guys are. Oh my God. Like fucking giants, I swear. All right, are we saying anything important?
Seen McMahon, Zeldin, Lutnick, Besant.
Nope, not really. Didn't Vince McMahon just get like arrested or like charged with some type of vehicular crime? Like he crashed into somebody in the highway when he was going like 90 miles an hour in Florida, I think. At least that's what I just heard. Okay, wait, are we?
No.
I don't believe so. He did
because
before.
I know there's a Republican primary. That's it.
They look like they were standing up.
Republican primary to take on Mr. Ossoff, who's up for re-election this year. And I don't think that's been decided.
There's a three-way primary that's pretty tight in Georgia. Buddy Carter, a member of Congress, Mike Collins.
We are now 5 minutes late.
And then there's Mr. Dooley, who is, I believe, backed by...
Thank you, government.
I think what's also notable is this is the same cabinet the president started with. This is the crew that walked down last year for the joint session.
Nobody has left yet, has
There's
it?
obviously speculation over who will be the first, but yeah, we're now in February and everyone's intact.
And I didn't see Eric Trump with the family yet. We saw Don Jr., we saw Barron, we saw Ivanka. I don't think I've seen
I think they
Eric
planned...
or the other woman, the other young lady that is...
All right, what do you think the bet is that the entire right side of the auditorium is going to clap, and the entire left side of the auditorium is going to sit down and sit there with their scowls and unapproving looks?
comes to these events as well.
Yeah, she's got her own show now on Fox, doesn't she? Yep.
I'm going to bet you that it's a lot.
So it's 9:05. 5 after 9. We're expecting a 2-hour speech. 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 5 after 9. We're exp in a minute, Clerk of the House will come in and say, Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. Maybe some cheers, some boos. We'll listen to the President as he walks down the aisle. We hope we can hear better than we can hear during this portion. It's fun to watch everybody walk in. I mean, this is a big night in Washington, like you said. Huge security event because everybody is in one room. So, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, most people don't know, but since everybody's here, just in case a disaster happens, there is one person who has been decided to not be here during the night. He's called the Designated Survivor. There was a good novel about that, or a good series about that. I don't remember what it's called. I mean, well, it's called Designated Survivor, but... Oh, okay. We're calling to order.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
All right, here we go.
Leadership is behind him.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Okay. It's being played on this one. We're gonna go back to this one. You know what? We should probably we'll keep C-SPAN. We'll keep C-SPAN open on this one. No, I don't want to watch leaflets. That would be funny though, but I'm not going to. Okay. Everything just stopped. That's not good. Is this a me issue? I think this might be a me issue. What's going on? Oh no, what is... Oh no! Okay, oh, wait. Okay, we're back. That was funny. Thank you, YouTube. Here, go live. And this one, go live. YouTube said, you are watching too many videos, sir. Too many live videos. We're gonna put this one some audio on. Bruh. That woman said we're trying to keep him on time. Listen, he's gonna be 10 minutes late by the time he gets to the podium. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what that hiccup was about my fucking Opera browser basically dying for like a hot second. That was funny. I hope everything's okay on my end. I hope I'm just not... I hope my stream didn't end. Doesn't look like it did. Yeah, it doesn't look like it did. Looks like we're still on it. Okay, looks like C-SPAN has them already at the podium. We're gonna use C-SPAN. You're good? Good. There he is. There's Donnie. Oh boy, let's strap in. This is gonna be the next hour and a half. Oh, I should have ran a prediction. What's he going to talk about? I was so unprepared for this. I didn't even know the State of the Union was happening tonight until I saw it earlier today when I was prepping stream. Very serendipitous that it happened today of all days. All right, Donnie, you're 10 minutes late. Come on. Come on, enough clapping. Let's go. Get this show on the road. I don't get paid enough to care about my caffeine intake. I'm having another Pepsi. Sue me. Jarring cut. Did they just cut to the White House feed? I think they just cut to the White House feed. That's funny.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really
There we go. Here we
an
go.
honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States.
All right. How long do you think he's going to go on thanking people? I'm going to bet that this is going to last about 15 minutes. Come on, Baron, stand up. That was your cue.
Second Lady of the United States. Members of
That's a World War II veteran back there, by the way. He's got to be 80 years
our
old.
nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before.
That's impressive. We're actually seeing some people on the left side of the aisle standing up. That's good. Maybe we'll heal. I doubt it, but
Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our
wait, more
glorious
importantly, that's George Washington's gavel. I think it's more symbolic than anything.
This July 4th, we will mark
It could be, it could not be, I don't know.
centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom.
Interesting as it is, if it is.
Exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth, and you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
That's good.
When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages.
I mean, he's not wrong about military recruitment going up. That shit skyrocketed as soon as he got elected again. And I do believe that crime is going down. Oh, yeah, walk out. Go on, get out of here. Get out. Go on, get out of here. Go on, get out of here.
And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure.
I can't believe that people think that it's necessary to grandstand during the State of the Union. Come on, guys.
Is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before. and our enemies are scared. Our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far.
Well, I hope that's true. Honestly, I'd like to see more wall go up.
In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States.
I don't know how you would quantify that. Be completely honest about that. But it's sure down from what it was.
We will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country.
Good.
The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year.
I mean, I don't have any numbers in front of me, but I'm willing to believe that, considering that we did just send the Helldivers into Venezuela.
Saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country.
If that thing about the murder rate is true, then that's big. I hope it's true, but
lowest level in more than 5 years, and in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%.
I'm glad that the inflation rate's coming down, but, you know, I don't think the regular American feels that.
Gasoline, which reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster, is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline.
I mean, to be fair, I have seen my gas prices going down. I don't drive a lot, but I remember during Biden 1, it was almost $4 to $5 a gallon.
Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling
cheaper now.
fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem well, at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way.
I don't know that much about the housing market to make a comment on that.
53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that. 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe.
Yeah, go ahead and sit down.
Think Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest.
I'm gonna bet you he'll say something not political, and then they'll still be upset about it. Who the hell is that sitting behind him?
Plants and laboratories are being built. We have added 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil.
That's impressive. That is impressive.
American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill.
No, to the left. So on JD Vance's right, when we're looking at him, to the left of JD Vance. He's got a purple tie on.
More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today. And 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America.
Is that who it is? No, that's not who it is. I know, he looked like a familiar face, like he's somebody
We cut a record number of
that I recognize. Not like a person that I recognize, but somebody who's been in the news.
2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong.
We'll catch him here in a little bit.
Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, 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 you're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going to win bigger than ever. And to prove that point...
Okay, we've started moving on into the comedy routine.
Tonight is a group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in.
Hey, there we go. USA, USA, USA. There it is. I mean, at least we're getting some recognition on the people who are, like, representing us on the world stage. That's nice.
Go ahead.
Oh my god, that guy's... Yep, he's a hockey player. You can tell because his front tooth is gone. I think he should have called on the women's team unforced forced error on his part, but maybe they didn't agree to. It's possible they didn't agree to go. I don't know. I have no idea. He might.
That's the first
You never
time
know.
I've ever seen them get up. And
Oh, the Democrats actually applauded them. Oh my god, thank God they actually stood up to applaud an American team.
overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House.
There you go, Nova. They might still be out of country. I don't know though.
They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck.
There we go. It looks like they took a vote as a team to be shown, and they all said yes, so...
Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to...
They deserve a shout out. Too good, too so good. I also don't want to read about it on Twitter if you didn't. It's fair.
And in this case, my vote was more important. That I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given, and which has been given to many athletes over the years.
Oh, that's cool.
But when I say many, not
The president,
many, like
Presidential Medal of Freedom, I think.
It's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Yep. Please show the Democrats sitting for that. Even though I don't know if he deserves it, I don't know what type of person he is, but I think every American can be happy for that.
Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best.
Yo, I like that sweater that they're wearing. I might actually, if I could get a sweater like that, I might actually wear it.
I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. Some of the more sane Democrats that's saying something are standing up.
I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles.
I wouldn't be surprised to see that place cleaned right the hell up. The year before they come in. They're going to go through that town and pick everything up.
And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington,
Yep, there it is.
is now one of the safest cities in the country.
They will be brought to heel, apparently.
And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed.
Oh, come on, man. Turn your phone off.
The president when this happened. But strange things took place. and now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news.
That's pretty interesting. That's cool.
So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday.
Oh my God. 100 years old. Man, he looks good for 100. I'll tell you what, they don't build them like they used to anymore.
So, Buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very bright.
That guy was born in the
July 4th of
1930s.
last year when floodwaters tore
No,
through a
1920s.
girls' summer camp in Central Texas. One of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission. A young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class. And he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety.
Now that's somebody who deserves a Presidential Medal of Freedom, believe it or not. People like that. Oh, but he's military, so... Because the Coast Guard.
People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am
I think they're sitting on the stairs.
Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was. Extraordinary
Oh, there we go.
heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down.
I kind of feel bad for that 100-year-old having to stand up and sit down so often.
Thank you very much.
It's got to be rough.
Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much.
But the
From
fact that he's able to do it, my God.
1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward.
I can barely step out of my chair.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans.
Imagine the left-hand side not standing up for that. I wonder why.
All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna clap for voting against cutting taxes. That's a winning issue.
Large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors.
That's a 90-10 issue, by the way. They're taking the 10% approach to the 90-10 issue. It's insane.
And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America.
Again, I think that's another 90-10 issue.
Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half.
That is a lot of money to people. Like, $5,000, nothing to scoff at.
Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated.
That's surprising that the Dell family is just donating money.
To fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children.
Happy that they are. Surprising that they are, though. For those of you who don't know, basically if you have a child in a certain branch of time or after a certain time, the government on their behalf starts a bank account that has incurring interest over time that they get when they're 18.
Well, I just sat on my dorm in school.
Which is another 90-10 issue.
And I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling. And Pretty amazing story. That's called the American Dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops. So I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it, how much money is that for somebody?
$100,000.
Nothing. Over 100,000, could be much more than that.
$100,000.
Children's future. Go to TrumpAccounts.gov. TrumpAccounts.gov, and a lot of people are doing it.
That's a lot of money.
In the book, it's popular. They knew what
Holy shit.
What it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years.
I think that's if the parents are contributing to it. Maximum around 6K.
These tariffs took in
Still,
hundreds of billions of
even
dollars
without
to make
the
great deals for our
contribution, that's still a lot of money.
economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries
They can't say it, otherwise they'll be predated upon by their base.
we made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth, and the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong.
Imagine.
Really wrong.
Who would have
And
thought?
then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that
Minimum return is 6K. Okay, that's still a lot of money though. At 18, $6,000.
that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful, country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time.
All right, I get a judgment against me? Okay, I'm going to do it another way.
Leading to a solution
Imagine.
that will be even stronger.
It's a semester at community college or a down payment on a car. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's something. It's better than being 18 and getting nothing.
And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love.
Well, if that's true and we can get rid of income tax, great. I think everybody, again, getting rid of income tax is another 90-10 issue. I don't think anybody likes paying that.
Factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to healthcare, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, It reached a breaking point with the Green New scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation.
Wow, I think the entire Congress at that point in time was culpable.
$34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem.
Yep. At the very least, you didn't actively help ameliorate the problem, which is just as bad.
They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it.
Oh, yeah.
They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their
The hell are
policies
you wearing
created the high
back there in the
prices.
left?
Our policies are
How classy.
rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward.
I mean, even Elizabeth Warren found some class to wear something that's not disruptive.
The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles.
I do wish he'd stop pointing fingers at the previous administration and just focus on the positives. I feel like he gets to breed more resentment. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down.
I do wish we would kind of leave the past as it is, but neither side seems like they're willing to do that, so.
To achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you.
That was caused by everybody.
The Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance company has gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving
So having had to engage with the CARE Act and going on public insurance, it is dog shit. Having had firsthand experience, it was awful.
Like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health.
And I'm not allowed to not have it, which is the worst part.
To big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost.
Which is what the Affordable Health Care Act should have been. The problem is once you give people the money for a bare minimum amount of insurance, that becomes the bare minimum allowed to be offered. So there's no winning with that.
Transparency, that's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried.
Man.
They didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere. The lowest
Based if true. If that's true, that's based as fuck.
So in my first year of the second term,
I don't think anybody would disagree with that either.
should be my third term, but
Okay.
strange things happen.
Come on, Donnie, no. Don't do that.
prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big, Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase, but a few weeks ago, she logged onto the TrumpRx website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500. A reduction of much more, actually, than
That's a pretty big reduction.
Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom.
Well, it sucks that you're suffering from infertility. I hope that it gets better for you.
So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Today,
I think that's a
I'm pleased to
fair
announce
assessment.
that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially.
I don't know what
This is a
that's going to
unique strategy
change.
never used in this country before. We have an old grid; it could never handle.
It
the
could be
kind
bad,
of
could be worse, could be good.
numbers, the
Who
amount
knows?
of electricity that's needed.
There's a lot of people who need to have their entire power infrastructure in many different states completely
Will
redone.
ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial.
Huge W.
All of you
I'll
cities
trust you,
and
Nova.
towns, you're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is
May he
homeownership.
fallen asleep. Come on, wake
With us
up.
Tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of two from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single.
This one I know about. This one's a huge W. You are not allowed to buy private housing units and sit on them like investments.
And now I'm asking
You are
Congress to
artificially driving
make
up the
that
prices
ban
and pricing
permanent
people out of their
because
their
homes
own
for
houses.
People, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Racel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon.
That is a huge issue for millennials and under. And hopefully that changes in the near future to people
We're
being
also
able to
working
afford a
make it
house.
easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least 30,000.
Okay, nobody in my generation knows much about that.
We have millions and millions.
This
of
is for the older people in
because
the
stock
audience.
market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer.
I'd say it's probably
To
more than
remedy this
half.
gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each
You
year.
should be stop being the dress down of the union.
Ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market. Let's also
I mean,
ensure that members of Congress cannot
I don't know, man.
corruptly profit
I wish it wasn't as much of a dress down too, but
information.
there are a lot of things where there is some fault that needs to be ascribed. Maybe not as bombastically. Oh, they're actually standing for this one. That's good. That's huge. We actually got to stand for this one. This is a watershed moment, actually.
They stood up for that. I can't believe it.
They have to, because they're the quote party of the working man.
Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it.
Okay, come on, Trump. Come on. You just had a major win. Don't put your foot in your mouth.
Trading Act without delay.
Now, Democrats, stand up for passing the getting rid of insider trading. Do it. Okay, you're clapping about that. That's good. That's good. Okay, some Democrats actually want to maybe be okay for passing the getting rid of insider trading. That's big.
When it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members
Okay,
of
here we go.
the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information.
19 billion so
And in
far
actuality,
that
the
we've
number is
found.
much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse.
Yep.
This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe.
Okay.
So tonight, although
Show me the indictments.
started 4 months ago, I am
Start showing me the
officially
indictments.
announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Okay. Oh, she doesn't look happy. She might be in trouble.
We'll get it done.
Yeah, that guy on the left, he looks like a whistleblower or something.
We will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali
Yeah, indictments are no guts.
Ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where bribery, corruption, and lawlessness are the norm. Not the
I think she's in trouble. I think she's in a lot of trouble.
through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA, and it is the American people who
Putting
pay the
her
price of
arm.
higher
Oh my
medical
God, what are
bills,
you
car
doing?
insurance rates, rent,
Put her arm on her
taxes,
like,
and perhaps
it's okay.
most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah.
That's impressive that they have that on TV. Because this is likely not blurred. That's impressive that they put her on television. You might actually have some problems if the FCC comes against
was
that.
only 5 years old in June 2024 when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk.
Oh
in
no.
life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration.
That is
Please
so good that that poor girl didn't have any problems. Well, any more problems. I can't imagine what it would have been like to be that family.
Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's
Yeah,
why
she is,
tonight
Nova.
I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens.
This is also another 90-10 issue.
And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her
Man.
heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them.
That's rough. I can't imagine being that mother, that family. I'd be so upset. I'd be so mad.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. Thank you. We can never forget that many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know. We'll have to see how the midterms go. Wonder what the poly market is on them.
As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all funding for the border security, Homeland Security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice. We'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about.
Are roads going unplowed?
Pretty large
What?
snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe.
Looks like he's asleep.
So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to join with my administration in reaffirming a fundamental
He's
principle.
like, where am I?
If you agree
Oh, maybe
with this
he's like, oh man, maybe I'm at fault.
stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens.
I can't imagine how that would be controversial to say, and I can't imagine not a single person standing up for that. Because it's very basically enumerated in the Constitution. Man. We're still going. Are they actually booing now? I thought I heard them booing. I was like, that's not a good look. This guy, he's just like, oh, this person's standing up and clapping next to me. Uh-oh. Yeah, you sit there with that scowl, man. I'm sure that's gonna do a lot.
Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact penalties for public officials who block the removal of
Remove her. She's being a disturbance.
drug lords, murderers all over our country. They're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Come on, point of order, point of order. No. Come on, point of order. Everybody sit down. It's time to continue the speech. Come on, bang, 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 bang.
Perhaps most importantly, I'm asking you to approve the Save America Act.
Well, I hope he gets that all put down before the midterms. Historically, usually they swing, so if he wants to get it all done, he's got to get it done soon.
Voting in our sacred American elections, that cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID.
I think this is another 9-10 issue, by the way. You got to show ID for everything. Might as well show it for voting too.
All voters must show proof of citizenship in order to vote.
Rick Scott, the Turtle Man himself? Yeah.
And no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats. 89%.
Imagine. I don't know how you can get so detached from your own base.
Mayor of New York City. I think he's a nice guy, actually.
Okay, come on, man.
Nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Well, we'll see where we're at in 6 months. If they got done with like 25% of what is being proposed here, I'd be impressed.
And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. And here is one more opportunity to show common sense in government. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a boy.
Oh, this one's going to be spicy.
And hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered
That's not
terribly
good.
for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please stand up.
Man.
And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, if somebody
I'm sure a lot of
up here
people
and said
can't.
that, they'd say, what's wrong with him? But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we're even talking about
I can't believe that schools have that
must ban
power.
it, and we must ban it immediately.
Like, you think that's like an actual joke, but it's just like, we literally have people in the room that said it happened.
Look, nobody
Like, I
says
can't believe it.
These people are crazy, I'm telling you.
Okay, come on, let's get back to the speech.
Amazing. Gentlemen. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we?
Oh boy.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that?
Okay.
Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI.
No, come on,
legislation,
man.
Advancing a landmark executive order on foster care and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump foster youth
Okay, yeah, I don't think this has anything to have to do with the State of the Union.
tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan support. She gets much better bipartisan support than I do. I get none. She gets a lot.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
You're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future.
Okay.
Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
Can you tell me what this program does to see if I support it? Doesn't this list the whole rules on like advertising that are on the president? I don't remember. I don't know.
In particular, this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God.
This is true. That's very true. There's been a resurgence of people going back to church and faith in general. Even if you're an atheist, that's still a good thing.
Especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with
Yeah, Gen Alpha is like
my great
huge into
friend,
it.
Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
It would do wonders if the Democrats stood up with us. Just to show solidarity. That would make us take a big step in the direction of healing.
Thank you, Erica. Been through a lot. In Charlie's
Didn't show
memory,
him.
we must all
That's
come
sad.
together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
Oh, thank God they actually stood for that. Thank you. That's wonderful. Big W for the Democrats. Huge W for the Democrats.
Levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see. Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our communities safe. We have made incredible strides, yet dangerous repeat offenders continue to be released by pro-crime Democrat politicians again and again. We are honored to be joined tonight by a woman who's been through hell, Anya Zarutska. In 2022, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful.
Oh, this is the girl that was stabbed on the train?
Irina fled war-torn.
Yeah, it was probably her daughter.
War-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and
By the way, this guy had like 13 to 15 priors as well, all violent.
on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zarutska, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina.
I just can't believe that guy was out. I feel so bad for them.
How do you not stand? How do you not stand?
Honestly, yeah, how do you not stand for that? Well, I know how, because he directly implicated the Democrats in it.
Violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there.
I think everybody agrees that repeat offenders should be staying in jail. Hey, we got a Democrat standing up in the middle. That's good.
Last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore.
Okay, where else are you sending them is the real question. I'm gonna betcha he's gonna say it, that LA is next on the list.
In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago.
Honestly, I think what he should do is say that any person arrested by the military in these areas should be charged with a federal crime. So it goes over the state's heads.
They don't like to hear that.
That'd clean up the streets real fast.
People. One of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she
Oh,
was
that's so
ambushed and
sad.
shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation, she was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged, shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like her.
Okay, but what are we going to do now?
Thank you very much. A great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night, and she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone, but his mother said, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was
Well, I'm glad that he
a
lived.
conversation that I had with her that night.
At least it sounds like he did.
With her son laying helplessly
wonderful.
in bed,
Good
blood
news.
all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melanie? She turned out to be right.
Insane that he survived the shot to the head. That is pretty insane. Wonder where he was shot. I don't see any superficial scarring, so it had to be higher up. Doesn't risk... oh, I already read that.
Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a...
Yeah, I really hate to say it, Mr. President, but could we get back to the State of the Union?
Nice to see he's a good-looking guy.
Like, these are nice stories and all, but like, I'd like to know what we're going to be doing in the next little bit instead of these nice stories.
So, Andrew, while you're up, Now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart.
Well, it's a good thing that the generals are standing up for this.
We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand.
Pakistan and India. They're yelling it's a lie, but demonstrably, they've literally said that Trump did end the war for them. If not for his intervention, they would have kept fighting.
Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda. And of course, the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared.
Not gonna lie, anybody who thinks that ending wars is a bad thing, you're part of the problem. It doesn't matter who ends the war, as long as the war ends, it's a good thing.
And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco.
Rubio is busy thinking about the work he has to do after this. Yeah. He's sitting there looking at all of the spreadsheets that he has yet to write and all of the documentation that he's yet to do, literally like on like a 4-computer monitor right behind his eyes.
People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that?
It is interesting that the generals aren't doing anything.
Nobody thought that was possible.
They must have been instructed to not have any political leaning, which I think is a good thing.
Their son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were.
Because they're not a political entity and they never should be.
An amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do.
Well, I'm glad that they got the bodies back.
Passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found.
That is a lot of bodies. Kind of got to ask, whose bodies are they going through?
And then
it's a little weird.
Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job.
I don't know, man.
And we're working
Sad that it has to
hard
happen like
end
that.
The ninth war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month.
I can't think that that's going to be happening for too long.
If I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last
I can't
year,
believe it's gone through
the
for
United
that for this
States
long.
military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer.
You know, the nukes they said they didn't have.
For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani.
Please tell us that we're not going back to the Middle East. I do not want to go back to the Middle East.
He was the father of the roadside bomb.
We spent 2 decades of blood and treasure there. I do not want to go back to the Middle East.
With the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country.
Sure, the Iranian revolutions that are happening right now.
Hung them.
I hope that the revolutionaries win, because I think Iran will moderate. However, I as an American do not want American soldiers to go back to the Middle East. We have no business over there.
Missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference.
I mean, there's a lot of countries besides us that also have that preference, let's be fair.
My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen.
Sure, sure.
And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong, because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective.
I mean, like I was saying earlier, the only underlying diplomatic power really is force, so
So thanks to Republican in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed at my very strong request to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost
That's
all
good
of
that
it.
we're starting to increase charges on that.
As opposed to not paying for it.
That needed to happen for administrations. Now we're finally enforcing that rule. That is good.
And getting that
Sorry, I have to plug my
5%
headset
was
in.
Something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything.
Oh,
we
there's
send over
Nancy.
to Ukraine.
She's not
we
looking
send through
good.
NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently.
Is that Mamdani in the back?
And every service member recently received a warrior
Guy had a
dividend
Mandami beard.
$1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute, for one more dollar, we can have $1,776. It's going to... I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. One more dollar, I said $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it, so we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement.
Yep.
We love
Come
our
on.
firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen.
He's rambling now. He's on a streak. Oh boy. I think we're going to be here for 20 more minutes rambling. Come on, Mr. President, it's time to wrap it up.
Security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels.
This is true.
That's why
This is very true.
these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and
I think that was a long time coming, to be fair.
fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction.
Sometimes the State of the Union needs to be the yap of the Union, I guess. Yeah, no shit. But no, it's definitely been a long time coming since the cartels were declared a FTO.
Drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday.
And that caused a lot of problems in Mexico. That caused a lot of problems in Mexico. I don't know, I'm torn on the Mexico thing.
In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military
Oh, he was talking about
competence and
Venezuela. Well,
power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very impressive. They couldn't believe, they all watched.
Okay.
They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force.
You know, it's kind of funny that it seems like all the foreign leaders stopped really kind of shitting on Donald Trump when they saw that happen.
Did that. My baby is becoming so important.
Strange how that worked out. Yeah, apparently the U.S. provided intel from Mexico. We didn't directly do anything. Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying is I'm surprised that we haven't yet started to do anything. I think we might start soon. If I were to be a betting man, and I'm not,
And America's armed forces overwhelmed.
I'm going to bet we're going to be involved in Mexico in the next half a year.
Good fighters. To end the reign of
And I'm torn on whether that's good or bad.
Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice.
Yeah, get down, Nancy. We got the photographer here.
And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people.
I don't know.
of
He's being charged in New York,
working
so
closely with the new president of Venezuela.
we'll see how that goes.
Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic
Hopefully it's
gains
federal.
for
If it's federal,
both of our
then
countries and to bring
it
new
has to
hope
be federal. It's
those who
across
have
states.
suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandro Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandro feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already,
Interesting.
with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not
It'll be
only
interesting to
has
see
your
where
uncle
Venezuela's
been
at in 6
released,
months.
but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down.
That's perfect. Good job. Well, that's good.
Thank you, Enrique.
Yeah,
Have a good
Maduro
time.
is being charged federally. They were just filed in New York, so that's where he's being. Yeah, I know he's being tried in New York, but that's what I'm saying.
January raid to capture
It's gonna be
Maduro.
interesting.
Really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of
They knew we were
military
coming.
valor.
They didn't know what
Chief
we were
Warrant
bringing.
Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter. A big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many.
I still can't
American
believe they just
warfighters.
decided to turn the lights off in the entire
His wife
Capitol.
Amy had
They just
blessed
flipped
with
a switch
holy
and said,
water
"Nope."
before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good.
Uh-oh.
While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another.
I thought we
He
had no
absorbed more
casualties.
agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter. To deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, two machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission. We probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded, but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs. Of the bullets
That's
that
me,
keep on
not you.
flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in.
Okay. Fact check. There were no U.S. deaths, but there doesn't seem to be a casualty report, which this would fall under casualties. I was of the assumption that there were no casualties, which doesn't sound like it is the case.
So we have a surprise.
Oh boy.
Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor.
There we go. Well, good for him. I wonder if Trump tells them before he's going to give them a medal. I wonder if they knew that beforehand.
Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So
Yeah, they changed it to something like Fort Liberty or something.
everybody wanted to change back.
I think they usually do. No, yeah, I mean, I think it'd be funnier if they didn't, though. The surprise! You're getting the president or the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator.
Is this that
Navy
other
fighter
guy?
pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than
Yep.
220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor.
Man, those two gentlemen's combined age. That's a lot of years of living. Man, I hope I live that long. I wish that medal had a better ribbon. Why does it have to look like an overstretched tie? I don't know. I think it might just be due to the poor quality of the video, because it actually does look pretty good. I don't know though. You can kind of see the fabrics reflecting the light. Oh, well, we're 30 minutes overdue, Mr. President. By the way, all this stuff that he's doing is a total optics win. Total optics win.
Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be.
Okay, come on, man.
If they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both.
No, I can't wait for that quote to be misquoted tomorrow. Trump says he'd give himself a Congressional Medal of Honor. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel, and then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside. But that great betrayal is over, and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
All right. Well, definitely God bless America. I don't know. I'd say this was probably 6 out of 10 on the content, the substance. 7 out of 10 on the emotion. I think he rambled a little too much. I think he went off script a little too much. But his base really seems to like it. I'm sure tomorrow there's going to be a lot of journalists out there that have got a lot of things to say. And it likely won't be too horribly nice. But such is the day that ends in Y. Alright, well, I'm up quite a little bit late. I'm getting a little tired. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you all for sitting here for however long that you sat here. And if you were new around here, you just came to check it out, well, I'm glad to have you along. I hope everybody has a great night, and I hope to see you in the future. All right, good night, everybody.